Welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about music, music education, band, HBCU band culture, and more. If you're just coming in, please make sure you go ahead and click that subscribe button and also hit that like button. Let's go ahead and introduce the panel. He just cut off. I was going to introduce Quan first, but since it's Rick's day, let me go ahead and hit Rick first. We got Rick.
That's enough.
We got Quan back in the room. We got Maya.
Hey, y'all.
And we got a special guest today. Our guest panelist joining us today, Ms. Krystal Williams.
Hey.
How you doing, Krystal? All right. Let's go ahead and make it happen. I ain't expect for you to hit that bark daddy on here, but it is what it is. So first off, I haven't talked to Chief, but hopefully he gets in here soon. First off, I do want to go ahead and start it the right way, man. I want to go ahead and show respect to my boy, my brother, Rick, and the Founders Day of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Me and him, we always gonna go back and forth, but that is my brother, and I don't care what organization that we are in. I'm always gonna show love and respect. So respect to Omega Psi Phi. And Founders Day, I had to hit up a couple of my other boys, my other big brother Sean, DJ Custom Summers, and my little brother Michael Cofield. So respect to Omega Psi Phi. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna treat y'all right. There we go. There we go. I wanted to. There you go. Open up the Sprite for me. Yes, sir. Yeah, there you go, Chris. Oh! All right. Good. All right, let's go ahead and get this thing started, man. Like I said, as soon as you come in, please make sure that you go ahead and click that like button, and also go over to the YouTube channel and subscribe to the network. Also, click the notification button so that way every time that we have something posted, you will get it. All right. You already know how we start this thing off. First thing I want to do is find out what shows did you watch this weekend? What shows did you watch this weekend? What are your thoughts on any of the shows? You already know it was a big one this weekend. One of the most major, quote unquote, major battles that we have in the HBCU vicinity. So let's see what we got.
I'm behind. I've watched a couple of J7 Dog clips, but overall, I'm behind on the boombox. Sorry, just damn.
I'm so upset with you, girl. Come on, get it together.
Listen, I know. I can't even begin to complain, but just this week has not been it. So I'm very much behind.
I got you. Air hugs. We'll talk about it in the after party. All right. Rick, what you got?
I watched the Boombox Classic. And I'm at a point now with most HBCU band and the SWAC in particular. I'm just bored. It's the same stuff every week. There's no variety. We get in the stands, no matter what the song, no matter whether it's a ballad, whether it's whatever it is, there's rarely dynamics, there's rarely contrast, there's rarely different colors from a band. I guess we can't play with different color anymore, but it's just boring. It's just the same stuff over and over. Everybody's yelling at each other. Everything's at fortissimo. And then when the bands try to play soft, it's extremely out of tune, extremely inconsistent. Like, I'm just tired, man. It's just boring. And I know all these bands, this band won, that band won. It's just boring. It's the same crap every week. And I'm just waiting for somebody to not be scared to play with variety and actually get credit. There's a lot of bands that try to play with different timbres and stuff like that, but they get no credit. All the people that know absolutely nothing about music get to say who's the best band in the country, and that's frustrating. It's like, I heard the analogy, somebody said it's like listening to people yell at each other all day. That's exactly what it is. No variety whatsoever. So I watched the Boombox. In my opinion, ain't nobody win. A bunch of rap daddies in the fifth quarter, as we always get.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that, but go ahead.
A bunch of out of tune ballads. Oh my God, what was that? That woman, not Woman's Worth. That intro to that "I'm Every Woman." Oof, that needs to go back to the drawing board. But yeah, I was just highly disappointed, and I have been pretty much all year. That's why I think I like Alabama State so much this year. So that's it.
I'm gonna say this, because I'm gonna slightly disagree with you on the fact that I appreciated that they at least started the fifth playing full songs. Now, about a quarter of the way, halfway through, they went straight to them rap daddies. And y'all already know, we say on here all the time, no rap daddies in the fifth. So, maybe one, but yeah, they went full stream ahead on them rap daddies. But I could say that I appreciated the fact that they at least tried to play some, longer, full length songs at the beginning. Quan, what you got? Anything this weekend?
I didn't watch any college bands per se, but I did have the opportunity to travel to Langston for their band day. You drop your head. Oh, I can't hear you, Pimp.
I said no, that wasn't for Langston. Langston, I like what they're doing. Mark is actually trying to change that band. He's doing a great job. So big up to Mark Gordon.
So yeah, I took my high school students up there to have that experience at the band day. I'm thankful that all of my seniors auditioned. They did receive scholarships, so I'm thankful for that. And that's the whole point of everything, as well as allowing my students to see a college, to see a university, to travel outside the state. And some of my kids, they have never left the state before, and so that was their first time. And took them to that stop at Buc-ee's that almost lost their mind. But it was a great weekend. I overall appreciate what Mark Gordon is doing up there. But our only song that I was able to see and listen to from the Boombox Classic was it was a song. I don't know if it's the Alicia Keys song, but they started playing like the Beethoven Fifth Symphony in the beginning. Like, I appreciate them trying to be different. There's just certain aspects where they was trying to be different, bro. I'm just saying. But I really didn't get to see other college bands this weekend, though.
All right, cool. Appreciate it. I definitely and I know we talked about it off, but I definitely want to say once again, man, Mark Gordon is doing a great job over there trying to rebuild that program. And as I said, and I don't have no problem saying it, when we were at PV, the Langston that we saw when we were at PV is a completely different Langston now. And I can respect it, man. So, shout out to Mark Gordon, man, and the work that he's doing over there at Langston, man. All right, Krystal, did you catch anything this weekend? What's your thoughts on any of the, performances we had this weekend?
I caught a little bit of DSU versus NSU. I'm just going to leave it at that. My grandma said, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. So, yep.
All right. Hey, that's okay. I will say that again.
Go ahead. I will say, NSU, they Legionificated them, which is, now you got another vocabulary word from the dictionary. They Legionificated them. You can imagine what that word probably means.
Definitely, most definitely. So Legionificated, got to write that one down. All right. So I feel kind of bad because I didn't even watch it. I didn't watch my alma mater go off on Dale State, but I'll go back and watch it and look at it. Yeah, that's pretty basically all. I'm gonna leave it at, man. All right. We ready to go ahead and get into these topics. Let's have this conversation. I'm ready to go. Anybody else ready to go? All right. There we go. Let's do it. So let's do it the right way. Here we go. First of all, if you're just tuning in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Please make sure that as soon as you come in, you smash that like button. Go ahead and Get them likes up, man. Let's get these likes up, people. Click that like button. We ain't even ask you for no money, at least not yet. All right, but it ain't costing you nothing to go ahead and click that like button. All right. Also, if you're watching us on YouTube, I appreciate you. So go ahead and subscribe to the network and click the notifications so that way you can be posted on all the things that we do. All right, here we go. Let's get to this first topic. Here we go. Now, the reason why I thought about this one was it was actually a post that I saw from Krystal. And so I actually wanted to take it and expound on that. So let's have the conversation here. Are the old ways of band directing outdated? Are the old ways of band directing outdated? Quan, let's start with you.
Because I'm a young band director, I guess I'm gonna tread lightly on this answer, because I don't know all the old ways, quote unquote. So I don't want to come across like I do know the old ways. But as a teacher that's been teaching about 9 years, I do feel like that as time progresses and as children change with the times, I do think that your approach has to be different. I do think that the way you approach students, the way you make connections, that has to be different. And I guess, so what old ways specifically are you talking about? Is that recruiting? Is that pedagogy? Is that like how to, get the sense of spirit and pride up? Like, what specifically old ways you're talking about?
Very good question. So as I told you before, I kind of took this a little bit from one of the videos that Krystal put up. And so one of the things that she was talking about was the physicality of it, the PTs, the way that we use push-ups and the way that we are very aggressive when it comes to the way that we used to approach our students, or band directors used to approach us back in the day. So that's more or less what I'm talking about: the aggressiveness, the physicality of it, all of that.
Well, from that context, yes, those days are long gone. Because honestly, you'll end up losing in the long run than winning. PT and physical training should be for the purpose of bettering the student and the musician, playing wise. But it shouldn't just be a punitive aspect of, oh, you sneeze, drop. You know what I'm saying? Like, because what ends up happening is you'll develop a culture where those people in your section will be making you drop, and they still not a better player. You know what I'm saying? So from that aspect, yeah, those things are outdated. In regards to the aggressiveness, you can be quote unquote aggressiveness, but you also have to have that fine line of respect. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though that person is younger than you, or that student is younger than you, that student still is a human being. So if you're belittling or degrading them or for the purpose of humiliating them, then yeah, you are wrong. One of my favorite Bible scriptures is love compels. So when that student truly has a love, not just for music, but for that director and that visionary, they'll jump through the wall for them. So it's like, teach them. So it's those little things that you can make them compel you to really do what you want. But what I realize is, if your vision as a director is not clear, then that's some self-reflection that you need to do on yourself, because nobody can follow you if your vision is not clear.
All right, bet. Cool. Since I got this from you, Krystal, are the old ways of band directing outdated?
In a lot of ways, yes. And it's not saying that the pedagogy is incorrect. When we talk about pedagogy, how kids are kids from, the 70s to the 80s to the 90s to 2000s and now to, 2020. Music is music, and how you approach music should still be the same. You still teach fundamentals, but how you go about those fundamentals has to be different. Our students are inundated with fast information. And so you got to put time frames that are conducive to their learning style. You can't spend, 20 minutes on a warm up anymore without gearing them to that type of attention span. Because you got to think everything they do is like a click away. Everything they do, even what we watch, TikTok, social media, when they click, it's about 60 seconds. So I learned from my band directors, you got to be able to, teach like you're on fire, so to speak. Hit them with information, make it relevant, and then move on to something else, and then maybe go back to it. But you can't spend like an hour on, a ballad without them being prepared, attention span, and what that looks like. When we talk about relevancy, of course, the music's got to be stuff that they understand. And if you're a really good teacher, you know how to connect old and new. And I'm just, year 15, I'm just starting to really, I would say, master. Hey, listen to this. Now listen to this. This is why it's relevant that you know both. When it comes to PT, since you brought it up, I brought it up because I was in a group and someone was defending like, the kids are soft. And I was like, well, maybe they're just more aware of what's right and wrong. A lot of us, we were groomed in ignorance. A lot of us are first generation college students. I am. And I had no idea what band life was going to be like until I was thrust into it. And when we talk about PT, I went to a clinic, a marching band clinic, about the damages that we do to our body. Raise your hand if your knees click when you wake up in the morning and you're not even 40, 45 years old. Yep. See, your ankles hurt. And that's because just because we did it doesn't mean we did it right. And when you know better, you do better. So just thinking about, are we doing this because we want them to look better and perform better on the field? Or are we doing this because this is what was done to us? And we feel like this is the only way, like my mother said, to skin a cat. There's newer and better ways to get things done. And if your go-to is always physical when it comes to discipline in your band, they really not your band. You just got hostages that fear you and don't necessarily respect you and honor you enough to do the right thing without, the kind of whip and the crack. And that's not saying you don't need to get at students sometimes and you don't need to, meet them with the appropriate level of discipline. But, if kids are doing what they're supposed to do, they're also learning. Even in college, you're still learning. And if everything is punitive and everything is reactionary, then that's just, to me, that's ineffective planning on your part. As the educator, as the band director, you kind of have to foresee where the pitfalls are going to be, and then you maneuver prior to it. We all know, after the first week of band camp, your kids can't do this type of drill. So getting to 1 week before homecoming and being mad that they still not executing it the way you wanted to, you saw that week one. What did you do to try to get them to that level other than try to scale them into it? This generation is highly uncoordinated compared to generations past. They don't dance no more. So people don't dance no more like that old school. I mean, they don't. So you got to approach them a little bit differently. That's not saying you let up on them and you don't have a high standard. It's just how you approach them has to be more relevant to how they learn. We're wired differently now. Every time you touch your phone, the way your brain receives information changes just a little bit. This generation grew up with this thing in their hand. They grew up with it. You're not getting rid of it. Use it. Put the drill on their phone. Watch them execute.
Okay. All right. Dope. All right. Maya. Don't shake your head, girl.
Now, why would you do this? Y'all stay trying to set me up for failure.
Well, all right, fine. You know what? You got next. But you got first on the next joint. But I mean, even from a dancer's perspective though, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, well, I'm going to take it more to a personality side of it, right? So the way that, for lack of better words, our generation or these younger generations, the current generation, are quote unquote soft. So yes, the outdated or the tough, hands-on, whether we're talking about PT, whether we're talking about just natural approach in general. Yes, it is definitely outdated. Is it necessary for it to be outdated? I would not necessarily agree with that. But in terms of what can and cannot happen in the classroom by basis of millennials and what they're willing to stretch for versus not, what they're willing to call a lawsuit on versus not. Yes, that has absolutely made it necessary for the style of direction to have changed to be able to accommodate that, because there's so much where, just like when I grew up, we had hit week. Hit week now would definitely be considered hazing. Can't do that no more, or can't do it in the same idea or in the same context, in the same frame of reference. So yes, the old ways of band directing have been outdated, but I don't necessarily agree with it. But in the times in which we're,
you had a hit week, y'all was getting brands?
No, highly intensive training.
Oh,
let's be very clear.
Thought y'all was in the room with the smoke with like.
No. It was not red lights and all of that. No. Exactly. Nobody.
All right, got you.
No, it was highly intensive training, but that's a whole nother conversation. Maybe that's a after party conversation. But yes, I agree. Yes, the old ways of band directing are outdated.
Got you. All right, hold up.
I agree.
There we go. Rick, over there eating them doggy biscuits. All right.
Wait a minute. No, that's Brown. Oh, you talking about Brown? I was gonna say that's Brownie that is tearing it up. He's tearing it up.
With the fresh edgy. He said he was gonna get the edge up for Founders Day. Look at him.
With the Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable sweater.
Wait,
yes, sir.
Has anybody ever told you look like Dr. Umar?
Uh-oh.
No, I've never. Jeez, Ma, you coming with the smoke already?
Right words.
Right.
How about that?
Oh Lord.
I haven't. I haven't. Like Cedric the Entertainer from every PV alum. Even when y'all tape that dog, they tape the picture to the band room door saying Mr. Brown and Prof Brown, and it was a picture of Cedric. I'm like, really? I look nothing like that man.
Y'all have similar styles though, bro. You gotta admit that. The style
is Dr. Brownie now, so tell him to
right.
Hey, real quick before you give your answer, turn to the side. You got that Obama daddy this time?
Nah, I got rid of that. My recital's tomorrow. I gotta go in there looking like the utmost professional.
Super professional. I feel you, bro. All right, go ahead, man. Are the old ways of band directing outdated?
I think they're outdated, man. I've been saying it for years. So I want to look at it from a couple of different perspectives. First and foremost, a lot of people do, as Krystal said, what was done to them. And just because it was done to you doesn't make it right. But most importantly, that's something that we deal with as Black people. We don't cherish something unless we feel like we earned it. That's why you have a lot of these fraternities and sororities that can't stop hazing people, because to them, you didn't come in the right way. And I know this because I have a lot of these conversations with my fraternity brothers on different occasions. The fact is, y'all, the world has changed. Back in 1980s, you could line up with your line brothers on campus. They'll whoop your tail on campus, and you just had to deal with it. The administration looked like, oh, they're going to pledges. We good. They all right. Then the 90s happened, and people broke that down. And now everybody, oh, you ain't do what I did, so you soft. The fact of the matter is, y'all, the old head said the same thing to y'all when you came in your band. You soft. I know they said it to us. I know the generation before them and so forth. It's like we forget the fact that we were in the same shoes as these students and these rookies in these bands, like Quan was saying sometimes. There's no compassion. I have to feel like you earned it in order for you to be in my section. And the worst part about it is a lot of these people that are new to the band can outplay the person that's doing all this ignorance and stupid stuff to them. So to me, I think that's just stupid. And I know people are going to say, oh, whatever, dog. I didn't have to get my tail whipped and hazed, all that mess, to be in the band I was in. Like we've already talked about, they called my band a safe haven. They even did a documentary on it on HBO. So I'm sorry I didn't have to get beat up to be in my section. But if we want to have a playing competition, my trumpet's right here because I still play. And if people that got their ass whipped to be in their band, if you want to play, we can do that. So I think that we got to get out of that mindset where you have to be treated like a slave in order to be feeling like you belong to something. The second part of it is from a physical standpoint. We are in a physical activity. We just are, man. Like, you have to have a certain level of physical fitness to do band at a marching band in particular at a high level. So as it's already been said by Quan, I think, and Krystal, um, when it comes to physical training to be able to do your job as a marching member at a high level, that needs to be there forever, you know. But if it's done from like Quan said, a punitive place, I think that's just dumb. And what I usually equate that to is that's a person that just doesn't know how to teach. They don't know how to get through to you. They don't know how to identify why the music sounds the way they don't want it to sound and how to fix it. So instead of doing that, they have you do reps over and over and over again. We've been to some of these ineffective rehearsals where, all right, set it up again. Let's do it again. No corrections, no nothing. Over and over and over and over and over again. And that's supposed to make it good. And if it's not, then we cuss you out a way we wouldn't talk to you if we didn't know you, or make you run around the field all the time. So I think a part of it is identifying the fact that I don't know, but instead of me being able to do so, I take that anger out or that disappointment in myself out on other people. So I don't think band directing is old. I think that there are a lot of unqualified people teaching band. I don't see Hebron having their kids running around the field all day long because they couldn't get the correction right. I do see Hebron on the field playing with dynamics and playing possibly the best high school band, if not one of the best shows I've ever seen. So, I think that a lot of unqualified people have been allowed to get into the space that we are. And I think that you're starting to see that in the products and the way that they treat the students.
So, let me ask you guys this question, because I know that having this conversation will generally garnish this particular thought. Won't the kids be soft though? So what exactly do we mean by soft, right? Because the idea, like you said, Rick, or the thought process is, and I think Krystal, and if you combine Krystal and Rick's thoughts, the thought process is you're doing it to us, or we had it done to us, so it should be done to you because that's what made us quote unquote hard, right? So, but a lot of people will say, well, if we do that, then if we take a lot of that away, then the kids will be soft. So what exactly do you all think that means? What does that mean to be quote unquote soft? Anybody can go with that one.
If I'll go first. I mean, I think for every person that's marching in the 2000s, I mean, in my opinion, the 90s and the 2000s were the golden age for band, from what I've seen. Of course, 80s but as like I've stated on the show before, we're tribal people, so we operate from the perspective of rite of passage. So if you didn't go through it the way I did, well, you technically don't deserve this same award or reward or whatever the case may be. When you speak about soft, honestly, those people only speak about it from a hazing aspect of possibly getting in the cut, because it's many people that I've seen that can outplay people, but they was like, you gonna come through it like this. Well, if you already have the advantage, if the marching band is a musical ensemble and you're literally outplaying, and you're outplaying the people, then what's the point? Like, what's the point of quote unquote coming through this said way when the purpose is making the musician better, to disciplining yourself to enter this type of culture for this type of band for whatever school that may be. If that person has that own self-discipline, that own self-drive to do those things, then what are we talking about, bro? Like, I think when I was coming in, I had that mindset too. Well, you gotta come in like this and you gotta be like that. But as I've gotten older, man, that ain't true. Can this person play their horn? Can they play their drums? Okay. Are they on time? Okay. Because a lot of the times, the same people that's saying, oh, they gotta come in this way, they be the ones who late for practice. They be the ones who in our PV words be shamming. they be the same ones that take it for granted after they quote unquote came in right. So I mean, the only time we talk about soft is from the physical aspect. They didn't run like us. They didn't do push-ups like us. But if you compare that band to them, if that band was better, well, they did their job.
I like to tag in. I think a lot of it is a misidentification of a lack of skills. Mm. Like we don't properly diagnose what's wrong. So if a band is not marching to a certain caliber, we think that it's a physical lack when it might be an instructional lack. It might be we haven't broken down the fundamentals of marching in a way that is received by the masses. As a teacher, I was always taught, if your whole class is failing, then you the problem. And so that doesn't mean me, the failing teacher, I gave out a bunch of F's and I say, well, I did my job. Yeah, did you? And how effective were you in doing your job? And when it comes to, I completely identify with that, Quan. I came from the middle of nowhere. I didn't come from a marching band world, but I was taught how to play. My band directors were real big on, you need to know how to play. You can learn anything else after you know how to play. And it's true. And I think I had a problem in my mind with someone trying to convince me that I needed to get my butt beat when I was smoking you. It's like, I don't care if I'm a freshman or not. I'm like, well, did it make you play better? And, from the sound of it, no. So how is this benefiting? And when we talk about the new generation, they're a little bit more like that on a norm. Like they're quick to question. Even my son, he'll question something in an old school. He might got his face knocked off, but he's not coming from a disrespectful realm. He's trying to understand how it connects. This generation is always trying to connect information to something else. And so sometimes where we miss, where we think is maybe soft, maybe we haven't explained it or done it in a way that makes them intrinsically want to do it without all of that. I was always taught the best motivator is the intrinsic one. That's the one where you own what you're supposed to do. Extrinsic, that's reactionary. That's only after you march me 27 times through the show that I'm just tired of being out here and I'm going to do it right because I'm tired. I'm not trying to do it right because I want to make the whole thing look good or better. And we don't have good reflective practices when it comes to the whys. Like, I love Mondays after a game, because then if you have a good program, then you start to talk about the why, the good, the bad, the ugly. And then it connects when you go back outside on Tuesday. You're like, now you see what we were trying to fix. And it connects a little bit more. I think we just need to be a little bit more reflective and transparent with students and how they look and how they sound. We do a lot of lying. That's just being honest. We do a lot of lying to kids in bands, college and high school. Somebody says you sound good, but really you got a good media team. That's a whole nother. I'm going to stay away from that one. I said what I said, though.
I think a lot of it too, y'all, and correct me if y'all think I'm wrong. A lot of it is when people get called soft, when they push back against the old people that try to push this stuff onto them. Anytime they don't let you do that to them, you soft because you won't accept that stupidity. And a lot of it, in my experience, has been that. And at the end of the day, I'm looking at some of the comments and all, and I appreciate where some people are coming from. There's a lot of things that we have not adapted to this show band style that will make some of these things easier. If you're teaching performance before you get on the field, then, and I'm not talking about performance as in do it to the best of your ability. I'm talking about like general effect. How is this supposed to come off in your, like what you're doing on the field? So I'm a clarinet player. My second clarinet part is just as important as the next person, whatever person, the screamer in your band. So like actually having those type of objectives in your lesson, actually planning your rehearsal before you step in the band room instead of just going in there and just winging it. which I've seen done a lot. Like, there's a lot of things that will make, teaching revolutionize, if you want to call it that, but it's just simple things that are already being done. So I think that just in general, this generation of student, and they already know they don't have to put up with that mess that we all had to put up with in some way, shape, or form, and they know that before they show up. They know about Robert Champion and all these other things, so they're not going to just let you say and do whatever you want to them, and I don't blame them. And kudos to them for being strong enough to stand up to a group of people that feel like they had to do it the way they did to be in the band. So that's it.
All right, good, cool. Very good way to start this show off, man, and kick it off the right way. Sorry about that. I had to get myself together. But I'm making that face, man. Everybody got to clear their throat. Let me clear my throat. All right. Anyway, but yeah, go ahead, Rick. Go ahead, set it out one time. There it is. All right, cool. If you're just tuning in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk, where we have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. Please make sure that as soon as you come in, you go ahead and click that like button. Let's get these likes up. All right, I'm seeing these likes go up, but I want to continue to make them go up. All right, we want our likes to match our viewership. All right, also, please make sure that if you're watching us on YouTube, go ahead and subscribe to the network. If you're on Facebook, click open and go to the YouTube, subscribe to the network. You can go back to Facebook. Make sure you turn on notifications as well. All right, here we go. Next topic. This was given to me by my brother. There we go. I'll go ahead and preface that. Are HBCU marching bands really the backbone of their university from a spirit and financial position? Are HBCU marching bands really the backbone of their university from a spirit and financial perspective? All right. Maya, she gonna still complain. Watch. See, it don't matter what order I come in, you're gonna complain either way.
That was not me complaining. That was me reacting to what you were saying, that you make me seem like I'm bratty. I'm not.
I know, never.
I'm just saying we have some very talented moderators on the panel, and it's sometimes hard to follow up with the perspectives that they're given.
All right, well, you're gonna lead us off in this.
Yes. If not the, at least, if not one, then two, but absolutely. I just don't even know where to start, right? So if we're talking about PV, I can only speak for my home, right? If we're talking about PV in itself, the amount of monies, and Brownie, Miss Shawn, all of us can tap into this. If we talk about how much the band extends itself, when you think about PV, I don't know if I'm just being biased or not. You definitely think about the Storm. You think about the band. Why is it that the band is, whenever the school needs money, who do they call? The band. Whether it's just a drum line, whether it's the band is always the one that's called. It does not matter. I have so much to say, and we could have this conversation for hours. But absolutely. But the thing about it is, you want to have your cake and eat it too. So a lot of times in HBCU marching bands, they want you to be the highlight. They want you to be the money maker. They want you to go to all these different schools and bring these persons into the university. However, they do not want to respect your time, your brand, in the sense of being able to provide the monetary or provide them the money that is necessary for you to be able to do what you need to do. So that's where the issue lies. They know that you're bringing in the money, but when you get it, they either want to decrease the size of the band, decrease the function of the band, decrease the interaction with the band, with the school itself, or even in the cities. Inability to travel. There's just so many things. That's the part that really gets me like going. Yes, absolutely. The band is definitely the top moneymaker, if not the second top tier moneymaker, if we're talking about schools and particular football teams. Athletics, auxiliary, yes, will always be the number one money grabbers for universities. The thing is, the universities don't want to dish out the money to be able to continue to fund those in the light in which they deserve to be respected and funded.
All right. Quan.
Backbone, no. I wouldn't say that. Face, I would say yes. From that point of view, I think the face of all HBCUs will always be the band, if you have an elite band program, and honestly, Greek life. Those two things, in my opinion. Uh, but nevertheless, if you speak of specific schools, the first thing that is going to come to you 9 out of 10 is their marching band. You speak of Prairie View, like Maya said, is going to be the Storm, because we went through, I think it was a 40-year losing streak, 20-year losing streak. So that was the whole band. So bless God, we better now. However, back in the day, boys was losing. When you think about Southern, if you're from Louisiana, yeah, you could speak about the law school, so forth and so on. However, you think about the human jukebox, that's it. You talk about Grambling not being biased. Why would you go to Grambling outside the band? Just saying. You think of FAMU, you think of Dr. William P. Foster, and you think of the Rattlers. So they're the face of the school. I mean, point blank, period. What I say backbone, nah, but honestly, it's a strong part and an intricate part into that university or college. And if you took that entity or organization away, honestly, that whole university would honestly be changed forever. Could you imagine Southern University without the human jukebox? That doesn't even seem realistic. So I think it has a large part of the university and the functionality and exposure. And to Maya's point, at the end of the day, we always going to be the shuck and jive people when it comes to dignitaries, when it's time to get to secure the bag. That's unfortunately, but that's just what it is. It's the same thing on the secondary level too. Anytime somebody is important come, you call a marching band, you call a drum line, and we got to dance and entertain them, so to speak, which that's unfortunate. Instead of appreciating and respecting our time for what we're doing and the hours of practice that we put in. So to say all of that in regards to the backbone, nah, but the face of a majority of these schools, historical Black colleges, yes.
Okay. Rick, are HBCU marching bands really the backbone of the university from a spirit and financial perspective?
From a spirit perspective, I think they should be. I think some schools lose. Like I'm gonna just be real on this question, man, because it was heavy on me.
I mean, that's the point of the show.
Right. Like not that, man. Like from the standpoint of talking to some of the people that I've talked to over the years and the things they had to deal with there at their own band programs and us as former members of bands and how we support our bands and our university. So from a spirit perspective, I think between the band and the cheerleaders and like Quan said, the Greek organizations, I think that's their job, is to instill school spirit and what it means to go to said university. The challenge I have is this. If your school doesn't value your band, it's hard for your band to be in the role that they should be playing as a band. There are a lot of schools that support their bands 100%. But all of us know that there are a lot of schools out here that do a horrible job with supporting their bands. I can only speak on the experiences that I've had as a band director, throughout I've been teaching college since 2012. I spent 5 years, like Maya and Quan both, I spent 5 years as associate director of bands at Prairie View. The amount of crap that school like throws at the band on a regular basis. I'm talking about these out of nowhere performances, thinking the band just operates where we can just magically put together 100-piece band and go do a performance. And how band directors bend over backwards for these people. And then the instant that something happens that they don't like, the band's the worst thing in the world. We need to cut the band. We need to do this and that. The band, y'all suck. We don't want you no more. But then as soon as that dignitary, like Quan said, comes on campus, hey, man, can you put a better band? Give me about 50 pieces, brother. Come on over. And you say financially, no, it's not actual dollars where the band is making the money. But their participation in that event brought that finance to your university. Their participation in the game day experience makes HBCU bands programs, HBCU football programs and sports programs relevant. Because I know we aren't the reason for a football game, but take any band across this country away from their that in an HBCU experience away. I guarantee you the viewership at the game will be a lot less than what it was. So much so that band programs, I don't know if people know this, are written into the contract of a lot of these classes. So you, as band directors, they don't even have a choice on if they can participate in some of this stuff or not. So it's very frustrating when you have an integral piece of the everyday life of an HBCU that is constantly, like I said, PV. Like if y'all only knew some of the conversations we had to have with people who knew absolutely nothing about what it meant to do what we do. But those are the people you have to go to. And then they don't support you. They don't give you the adequate, resources you need. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about, okay, we understand it takes this amount of time to do that gig. No, they don't even ask that question. They just expect it because they want it. So there's no involvement. There was no conversation there. And we got 250 students looking at us like, what are we doing? Why are we here at 4 a.m? Why are we here at 5 a.m? Not to mention that, from what we were doing, we were, putting students in every program on campus. They weren't just coming there to do the marching band. They were coming there to be a nurse or to be an engineer or a farmer, which is super important. So financially, I think that bands are integral to the success of a lot of these universities because they are a part of a lot of those conversations and those events. And definitely from a spirit perspective, I think so. But I think that bands deserve a little more respect than what they get from some of these people that are in charge of making decisions, who sits in dean's offices and makes decisions without even coming to see the band. They probably don't even know students in the band, but that's the people that make decisions for your program. So I think that there's a lot there, but ultimately, I think, and me personally, I think yes, they play a part. They're not the backbone, but they play a huge part in the success, financially and spirit wise.
All right. Dope. Krystal, are HBCU marching bands really the backbone of their university from a spirit and financial perspective?
I would say that they're very important in a sense that they help control the culture and climate of the school if they're a successful program in that school's eyes. As far as finances, marching band expensive, y'all. I don't think people understand. Yeah, indirectly, marching band brings in money, but not directly and not in a quantifiable way that we can say is making a dent. Was making a dent. Some of us would never believe. It's endowments. It's ongoing donations. It's the ticket holders at the game that just buy season tickets every year because they graduated in 1972, and they're going to show up to the game whether the band is there or not. They're there for the whole experience and culture of it. So indirectly, yes, they're adding to those finances. But when we look at other organizations on campus, not so much. And then you got to look at how the expenses of scholarships and disposables. We think about instruments don't have an eternal lifespan. Uniforms don't have an eternal lifespan. And you have a big recruitment year, that's more money out than you might get back in. But at the end of the day, it's part of the culture, and it does help bring behinds in the seat. When we talk about the spirit, absolutely. Just to take a quote from my band director, it's the first thing and the last thing you hear. And we all really think about it, those little freshman orientation, those little summer, that's the first thing that was usually your first experience with the university. If you wasn't, like most of us, a part of it. But even still, you're a part of that first experience, and you're part of that last experience. If you are so blessed to get that cap and gown and walk across that stage. So not backbone, I will say part of the support systems that makes the university what it is, if successful. Now, if unsuccessful, they could give a goddamn about your band. And it's reflected in a lot of our HBCU bands that we can't just figure out why they can't just get off the ground. Why, historically for years and years, they're still trying to, even get to, just being par. And that's because usually behind the scenes, the university doesn't see value into sowing into it for it to get to a point where they start to see some of the residual effects of supporting it. And we experience that in education now too. If we can't quantify what band is with a grade and test scores, then it just doesn't get any support. So I wouldn't say backbone, and I would say part of the culture definitely, and a big influencer, and financially doesn't even make a dent.
All right, cool. So, any final thoughts before we move to the next topic? Nope, we good. Okay, good. All right then. If you're just tuning in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. All right, please make sure that when you come in, you go ahead and smash that like button. Touch that like button. Go ahead and tickle it just a little bit. All right, let's get these likes up. Let's get these likes up. We want the likes to match the numbers of viewers that we have, and I'm liking the viewership that I'm seeing, but let's go ahead and get these likes up. Also, if you're on the YouTube channel, go ahead and subscribe to the network and turn on notifications. If you're watching on Facebook, go over to the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, and go back to Facebook. All right. Next topic. So this one's gonna sting a little bit. Maybe not. I don't know, but we're gonna make it real personal real quick. So we always talk about how certain programs can do better, right? But if you could change your program in 3 ways, what would you do? So if you could change Quan, I'm just gonna use you as an example because you got the confused face. If you could go back to Prairie View right now as a director and change 3 things, what would it be?
Let me think on that.
Yeah.
Let me think on that.
Woo, yeah. I'm about to burn some skulls in here. Rick, you got something? You ready? Are you still thinking?
No, I can go. I can think as I go. Number one for me at Norfolk is the book. Actually playing new stuff. Like I enjoy hearing a lot of the charts that I played when I was in the band. But my freshman year in the band was 2000. That was that was many moon ago. So for me, I would love to hear a more modernized book overall. I mean, they play a lot of more up to date stuff. They do, but you still get a lot. I guess that's the tradition part. So some of that stuff I'm just not a big fan of. Secondly, size. I would love to see Norfolk get back to the size. I know Miss Sanders and Mr. Bethea are definitely working on that. But with all the stuff that Norfolk went through, when Dr. Sanford was gone and Mr. Adams were gone, really a lot of that really hurt the band program and it diminished the numbers. So I would love to see the Legion get back up to like 09 numbers and even bigger, man. I think the Legion could probably stand to be about 280, 290, maybe 300 at the most. Once you get past that, it makes it a lot more difficult to really get that clean sound that they have. You got it, and they have stellar teachers. Miss Sanders, she's the real deal. So, size, lastly, I don't know. Just overall, I think that Norfolk has its own lane. It's always had its own lane. We've never tried to be like over other bands, but I would like to see Norfolk get more exposure. Like, yeah, they'll do one show a year, and people are like, man, that is a good band. and then you never see them again. So I don't know if that's a media presence. I don't know that if that's, we were just talking about money and stuff like that. I don't know if that's a resources thing, but I would love to see Norfolk get more of the limelight, more of the, people clicking on videos and things like that, because Norfolk is a great band and Norfolk doesn't always get the credit they deserve. And it's frustrating seeing some of these bands who don't always sound great, being like the standard of what people see Black college band being. Because at the end of the day, y'all, we are musicians just like everybody else. And for us to change our standard and be accepting of things that just aren't good for the sake of saying it's the culture, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in buying into that. There's a lot of good bands out there, Tennessee State, Norfolk, all these bands that play with a good sound and try to do things that don't get credit. So for me, it's, size, it's exposure, and it's the book.
All right. Krystal, if you could change your program in 3 ways, what would you do?
All right. So I'm gonna laugh a little bit because I don't like being unprepared. And when y'all said y'all was sending the questions like the day of, I felt like that kid in class that like, why won't the teacher give us the study guide today? So I ain't cramming. So I made this whole list. This is it's not my list for this question. It's literally all the questions, but I just don't like, I like to have my thoughts well out of, because people like to misquote me. I'm gonna be real. People like to say, "Oh, she said this," and I'm like, "Nah, no, I got the transcript. That's not what I said." So one, I think we just at Morgan, we need some 21st century recruitment practices. That's number one. The school is a good school. Like people, it's like, why would people go to Morgan? I was like, do you know who graduated from Morgan? It's like, it has a history of being a very solid university. It's beautiful. I know when people say Baltimore, they turned off. I'd never been to Baltimore until I went to Morgan, and I'm from Maryland. And that's kind of out of the stereotypes. I know I never set foot in Baltimore. I'm a PG County girl. And I was like, damn, this is beautiful. I knew I was going there the moment I set foot on campus. And I visited a bunch of schools in North Carolina. My family's from Snow Hill. So I knew I was going to A&T in my mind. And then I stepped foot on Morgan campus. And that was it for me. So I think we need more reach down in recruitment. We have a local district that's kind of suffering. And we have a lot of like fine arts schools. Like we have a high concentration of fine art schools where it's mostly Black and brown kids that do not even think about going, down the street, and will go to, our PWIs and get treated like dirt. And that's because nobody's going, we don't have a really good relationship reach down to those from just in our own region. People always say there's no band there. It was like, no, we have band. It's just different. It's a little different. We really are in a core style land here. A lot of people don't know regionally. Once you pass Virginia, core style bands in high school, whether they're Black or white, is really the majority. Show style is not really, or traditional is not really the norm here. So that more shadow days, high school, those things that once you have kids in the system, you have their interest, then they make their decision because they feel like you want them. This generation likes to feel like you want them, but they're a little more egotistical than we were. They're more like, all right, what you got to offer me? And so that's one. I want to see Morgan travel. Oh my gosh. There's this meme like of a kid throwing a football to himself. And I swear to God, that's how I felt sometimes being at Morgan. Like, we'll go, we didn't start going to A&T until like my junior year. That's like 2004. And I think people were so happy that we left like Virginia. Like we hadn't been past Virginia in decades, like a long time. So I like to see them travel. And last but not least, social media presence. I mean, back to those, outdated practices. Social media is not going away. You know, if you don't have at least 3 out of the 5 major social media accounts with your band running at least new material at least once a week, you behind the game in recruiting and retention and garnering kind of more respectability to your program. And that's not saying that the program's bad, not at all. It's just saying people don't know what they don't see. So that's mine.
All right. She tried to run, but we got her back in here. Maya, if you could change your program in 3 ways, what would you do?
Oh, praise God for Jesus. I had that Quan for a little bit, but I'm back now. All right, let's see. So let's be clear. We're talking about my program in the time in which I was a part of it.
No.
Oh,
Talking about your program now.
oh, okay. Well, the ones I came up with apply for when I was a part of it. So that's just
Okay.
what
All right.
I'm gonna be able
Okay,
to
we'll rock.
say.
We'll rock with you right there. All right, we go ahead. I guess.
Ooh, Lord Jesus, I'm nervous.
Put you on the
Okay.
spot, girl.
Budget. And I think that we definitely hit on that with the previous question. But just readily available resources, the budget to be able to uniforms, the facilities in themselves, instruments, things of that nature. Yes, I think that when persons feel valued, when they feel like their output is being matched with the input, that speaks to camaraderie, that speaks to motivation, and that helps one thrive. So I think that if those resources are readily available and allocated, then that definitely has the opportunity to enhance certain things, whether that's in-house, from administration itself, strictly in Hobart, whatever the case may be, all things considered. Now, okay, so I wrote band heads versus bandsmen. And I say that because I said that we said that we was gonna ruffle a few feathers. Now, during my career in the band, I think that we could have done a lot more, got a lot further if those quote unquote, not necessarily bad apples, but those persons who aligned themselves with a particular negative type of thinking, as opposed to wanting to orchestrate or carry out or facilitate the vision that was being provided. I think that definitely could have took our band program within those years. I think we could have been closer to what we're seeing now, or the transition in itself. But I do think that comes with certain things. So another point that I made in my notes here was the introduction of the transition of changes. Now, the way in which 10 between 09, between 08, all the way to 12, we experienced some very significant changes and transitions. And I think that definitely had an effect on the growth in which we could have seen, or the lack thereof. I think that the relationship with alumni, the transition with the box, the transition to MSD, the transition of, implementing a new vision, implementing new strategies. I think that hindsight is 2020, and we could have done those things a little bit differently and implemented things on a more lateral basis, as opposed to a vertical, like chop, 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 chop. But I do understand the necessity for it. What do you do? So I think that definitely could have been changed or could have been done differently. But again, look at where we are now, and everything happens for a reason. But I do think that in terms of the traditions, or the just the overall program in itself, of being able to link the old with the new, those things could have been done a little bit different. Everyone could have done a better job from beginning to end, administration, alumni, current, old vision, new vision, all those things. Who is it hot in here? Is it just me?
You made it through. I'm so proud of you.
And then lastly, I had an honorable mention, accessibility and exposure, but I think that can also fall under the umbrella of budget. But also, if we had 2021 technology, if we had 2021 cameras, media teams, and all those things, I definitely think that could have done a lot more for the storm or for our band programs as in general, from 2010 all the way up until now.
So proud of you. You made it through. Look at you.
Thank you. You know, I don't like ruffling feathers. I'm sweet.
You got to ruffle a couple of feathers. You know, you got to do it.
Cool.
All right, I know Quan gonna do it though. He gonna ruffle some feathers, right? Because last week Quan was on the roll last week. So Quan, if you could change your program in 3 ways, what would it be?
Well, I wrote my answer just like Maya for the time that I was there. So, as a teacher, facilitator, you wasn't clear.
Yeah, we got scared. Got scared. Unfiltered, uncomfortable, unscripted. But go ahead.
So for me, honestly, I wish our field show format was somewhat different at times. When I marched, of course, Entertainment Tonight, first drill, set up for the box, do a fire feature. We come back, like we knew that format. Black Foxes come do their thing, dance routine, so forth and so on. So I do, as a director now, I do appreciate those type of drills that Prairie View is doing now. It's a different sense of variety. And so I love that. And I wish I would have been able to be a part of those type of drills coming up. Number 2 for me, and I know y'all gonna be like, what? I wish the box would have been showcased more, not just on the field show, but from the perspective of meeting on the track and different showcases around the area and city of Houston. I know you're gonna say that. So just be clear. Like, I can't recall the last time they did a track battle, but if you're a percussionist, like when you going against TSU dancing all on the track and you like, Prof, let's go. And he was like, go on, get up there, bro. Like, and so we never battled on the track. We never did face-to-face battles. We never did none of that. So that's something that I wish, we would have been had the opportunity to do. But this is maybe a little different, and I know we can't control life, but I wish Prof Ed, regardless of however he would have transitioned outside of Prairie View, he still would have been able to see the fruits of his labor to what Prairie View Band is right now. I think that is just due for him for his, I think he was there 20 plus years to 20, 30 plus years. I wish he would have been able to see that. But overall, right now, I don't have any issues, honestly, with Prairie View and what they're doing and the direction that they're going. They're graduating people at a high rate. The band is doing, much better. The band that has exposure. And as my honorable mention, I wish we would have had a goddamn media team, period. Because from 05 to about 07, Prairie View had no videos. And if they did have a video, it was horrible pixel, or it would be a video of somebody else band playing, and then we happen to just fall into their footage. So, I mean, otherwise, those things, I think that's the things I would have changed.
All right. Shout out to Gig Steve, man. I got to say that. Shout out to Gig Steve, man, because y'all older PV folks, y'all be talking about the lack of exposure that y'all had. Boy, Steve had us on point. That 2000s recruitment video with Rick playing the A flat at the end, the 01 season DVD. Did we have a DVD? It was a VHS back then. We had the 02 season DVD. Yeah, so we kept stuff going, and then right after Steve left, I took it. So yeah, man. Shout out to Steve, man. We had our media team.
But let me say this though, Julian, man, and I could speak for me. I didn't even know people had like recruitment DVDs like that. The very first recruitment DVD I ever saw was North Carolina A&T one, when they had that battle in the gym and they blue suits and they were playing all around. And then I would just be calling random bands to see if they got footage, to honestly collect footage, to honestly see. So like Prairie View, we didn't even have anything like that until later, unless you knew Barbetta Freeman, and then she'll send you a DVD herself. But outside of that, we didn't have no media team, bro.
But you know what's crazy though, Quan? Like, nobody did. Like, other than like Norfolk State, and they were investing huge money into Steve, man, to do what he was doing. He wasn't doing it for free. Most people had those VHS daddies and stuff like that. And the sad part about it is, it's a lot of good bands that get no exposure. Morgan is a good band. like Morgan has a good sound. They're clean. They have a lot of good things happening, man. But they like that's funny. Like the tree of life. That's hilarious, Krystal. But like the band is a good band. But if people aren't, seeing the videos, and then every time you log on to Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, everything you see in other bands, it makes it hard for a lot of these good bands. North Carolina Central is another one. DeLand's good, doing great work with that band. They sound good. But, the fact of the matter is we live in the social media generation, y'all. And it's an investment. Those cameras are, $3,000-$4,000 a pop. And most bands don't have the resources. You'll have an alumni that may have the cameras themselves, but they damn sure don't have the drone flying above the field and 3 and 4 cameramen with 4K cameras, the Zoom set up on the sideline to make sure you get good. Like they don't have that type of money. Like, we barely can put new horns in people's hands and have a uniform that ain't slit down the middle for somebody to rip the uniform and still marching in it. So all that's, I don't think, PV, even when y'all were in the band, I can find clips. They may not be the best quality, but they out there. So yeah.
I mean, I will say this. I agree. Back during those times, nobody really just had clips like that or videos. My best friend, not Rick, but my other best friend, he marched for the Ocean. And when I brought the 02 season DVD, he was like, bro, we don't got nothing like this. We just got this one little VHS daddy from the last performance we hit. And that was it, So they definitely didn't have that. And I'm gonna be real too. Like media now, and I don't wanna, speak incorrectly. So somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But Garrett, man, he really changed the game, because he was the one who really started with Southern with the 3 and 4 different cameras and the different views and the different shots, a wide shot, a close shot. He's the one who really started that, and everybody else kind of follows suit. I really think that, I don't know. I don't want to be wrong, but I really think that if he didn't really start that trend, I think we would have just continued with the wide shot daddy that we would get from the press box.
But he's the GOAT. Like, I'm sorry, y'all. I know
Absolutely.
Garrett Edgerton, like, we all know his name. That in itself, we didn't march with I've never met that brother in my life. But everybody on this call know that brother name and what he does. And that's kudos to him. And I know they call themselves the Canes. That's the Cane. And I watch him at the games now. He's so good now. That brother be walking around the field. He may get a clip here or there. He may catch somebody talking trash to each other in the corner.
But he got a whole staff now. He don't got to do nothing.
He be sitting there hitting the chill there. I'm like, man, this dude has carved a path for himself. He's put his band in the national conversation even more. That dude's the GOAT, man. For real.
Well, honestly, I would say him, but I guess his predecessor would be Tape Master. Like,
no.
You don't think so? Tape Master had
Yeah, because he got videos, he got tapes from me when I was in high school, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and I don't know how he got them.
He got my high school Willow Ridge 98 like videos, bro. I'm like, how do you get, like, nobody has that. The only videos that I saw of Willow Ridge back when I was marching was from my band director. And I'm like, you got the exact same tape that my band director had. How did you get that? Like, yeah, Tape Master got it all, dog.
So I would say Tape Master, but who took it to the next level would be Garrett. But I mean, where we are right now, honestly, people are chasing him in regards of the media game. And honestly, where it's going, I mean, from the band hall sessions to, I mean, he started it all. So I mean, yeah, he's a GOAT.
And I will say, as a media person, you know what I'm saying, I'm always in awe of, what Garrett puts out, man. It's dope every single time, man.
But the other part of it is what Krystal said in the last segment. Your band has to be something that people want to see. Because a lot of bands can invest, hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment. I'm sorry, y'all. If Bowie put out that type of material, I'm sorry, Krystal. I know you from Maryland. Woo.
Performer with Master P. Performer with Master P, bro.
I'm I'm not gonna be like, "Hey, boy, this is some awesome video quality." I'm like, I'm good.
Wait a minute. I like to disclaim. I'm from Prince George's County. Bowie is in Prince George's County. Bowie is like 10 minutes from my hometown, 15 minutes. I went to Baltimore to go to school.
Understandable.
Hey, Garrett Edgerton. Hey, Garrett, if you listening, it's a couple bands that can use your services, bro. You be a rich man. You make some of these bands.
What's crazy?
Oh my God!
I got on Tape Master for a second. I had no idea about the culture. Tape Master is the only reason I knew about any band beyond the DMV. He literally has like a chitlin circuit of band tapes. Like that's like I would be in my dorm, and then my frat bro Baloo would be like, "All right, we having tape night." I'm like, "What? Y'all just come to my dorm?" There you go. And I'm like, "All right." And then it's like next thing I know, it's 20 MFs in my tiny dorm room because I had a VCR. That's how old we are. Those of you who know, Quan, you don't know about VCR. I had a VCR with the DVD dual side. Yes. See, I was my husband in the background laughing because they would take over my dorm. I'm like, listen,
Krystal, you know what's crazy? Krystal, you know what's crazy though? The first time I ever saw Southern was in Mario, who's not here tonight. Big up to Mario. Hopefully everything's okay. Was in Mario dorm room from them having a little grainy 480 VHS camera.
Listen, bro.
Bringing it up. I had never heard Southern before.
Listen, I gotta tell, and I wish Mario was here because he would actually agree to this. The first time I stepped on campus, I had a VHS of my high school, and like, yo, anybody trying to watch my high school, dog? My high school could whip on any of y'all high school, dog. That was the first thing I did when I got on campus, bro. Like, yeah, I know.
A chitlin circuit of band tapes, waiting for a band tape. I knew who Warren Shaw was before I even knew that there was a Clark Atlanta. I was like, where these come from? Oh, this come from Shaw. I'm like, all right. When we watching this and who ordering food?
In 2001, when we played Morris Brown, I remember it like it was yesterday because them band tapes was floating around on the Fifth Quarter. Y'all remember the Fifth Quarter website and all that?
Shout out
them band tape daddies was floating around on more of Morris Brown tubas playing that Babyface.
Y'all boy.
No, and all of us was like, Bodacious, y'all about to get this work. And we got it down there. And when we heard that phony intro from them trumpets, all of us was locked up in the stands. We all looked back at Bodacious like, y'all about to get it. And they came in with that tuba part. Locked up while we sit there with the straight grit face, just eating it. Dude, you gotta find that video.
Oh man, you know, all I gotta do is go to Tape Master. It's there, dog.
And boy, they gave it the tuba.
I had to just take your beat and know. See, we not honest like that no more, though. We not honest when we getting our ass kicked. People going like, "Nah, I ain't get my like." No, we used to know back in. We knew we were getting our ass kicked. We would sit there, we knew.
But the thing about it, Krystal, is not even the fact of we knew. You have to understand, and we talked about this prior to on another, I think it was last week. Media has changed the game because back in the day, unless you got that VHS, nobody else saw it, so nobody else had an opinion to put on it. Which means that if you got your ass whooped, you just got your ass whooped. We could take it, but nobody else saw it, so it was okay to be able to say, "Hey, we got our ass whooped in the middle of in the band room." But now the whole world sees it, and now you got to try to save face, like, "Nah, dog, it didn't happen that way."
But it's crazy though, Drew. I agree with you, but I agree with Krystal more. Back then, at Norfolk, we weren't taking L's every week. So when we did take an L,
whoa, but that's Norfolk. That's Norfolk.
But I'm just giving my
Norfolk and the MEAC during our time, bro. You got to remember Norfolk and the MEAC during our time. That's a completely different situation.
We would admit if we took an L. To A&T in 2000, we took an L.
I
Down
agree.
there in Antee, they gave us the business. But when we came back in 01 and hit them with that shaft, Daddy, there was no questions asked.
Hey man, that is a legendary video. When them lights cut off, dog, and them fireworks hit, dog, that's legend. I gotta find that one.
No.
I got to find that one.
So we were not scared to admit that we took a L because we weren't taking L's every week. It's some bands out here now, they march into the stadium, and some bands are like, this is an instant win. We can hit fight song and we got this. So I think it's more a pride thing. Because like Maya said last week, in 2013, when we went in there against Jackson in that daggone fifth quarter,
Let's not bring that tragedy up. Let's not bring all that tragedy up again. We had a whole conversation about that. Well, look, man, I don't need Maya getting them flashbacks again. You know, we already made her distraught on the last show. Let's lead the pack. Look at her. She's like, man, I ain't trying to hear this mess again.
I'm having flashbacks, but I got too much pride. So I got too much pride, dog. I'm sorry. Because I can say it now. That 06 Labor Day Classic, my first year, I was like, dog. Like, first
of all, wait, real quick. What year?
That was 06 TSU.
Okay. I just wanted to say that.
Oh, yeah. Nah.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, today, November 17th. Shut that up.
You're right. Congratulations.
You're right. You're 06. All right, go ahead.
So the whole point, like, I'm talking about I had buku people from New Orleans that was in TSU band. You know, they grew, they swelled. I was like, that was the year, in my opinion, TSU murdered the SWAC. I don't give a damn what nobody said. That was a year when them boys opened.
That was the year when all them cats came from New Orleans, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. TSU that year?
TSU that year? I said, like, when they played, I was like, damn, bro. I know I ain't came to the wrong band. I was like, the box is cold. The box held its own. But I ain't gonna lie, that band, when TSU opened up, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be a long night, brother.
Yeah, I can admit that year in 06 when all them New Orleans cats came to TSU, they was handing out L's left and right. And I don't say that much about TSU. I can tell you that 100%. But that year, bruh, without question.
Matter of fact, they played that Careless Whisper on Southern. It didn't sound the best, but it's like they was like neck and neck with them the entire game. Like because you know Southern can bully people, like, but TSU they was like, bro, we in this thing. And honestly, that was the first year, bro. I was like, damn, TSU doing it, but the box still won.
All right, man. That one went a lot longer than I thought it was gonna go, but it's all good, man. All right, here we go. If you're just tuning in, welcome everybody to Talk That Talk. We have the unfiltered, unscripted, uncomfortable conversations about band, HBCU band culture, music education, and more. As soon as you come in, go ahead and smash that like button. Go ahead and get these likes up, man. I appreciate everybody who is supporting us and who has already hit that like up. God dang, keep it there. Who has already hit that like button, man. So if you haven't hit that like button yet, go ahead and do it. I even got a crying face on here, man. I don't even know why we got a crying face, a little sad face daddy, but it's all right. I don't care if you put the sad face daddy in there. You can put that in there too. All right, but just go ahead and click that like button. Whatever you personally feel, go ahead and click it. Also, if you're on the YouTube, go ahead and subscribe to the network and turn on notifications. If you're watching on Facebook, go over to the YouTube, subscribe to the network, go back to Facebook, and we appreciate you. All right. After this last topic, we're going to put the link in the chat so that you can come in and you can call in with us, give your opinions and thoughts on any of the topics that we've had this week, or matter of fact, today, last week, or previously. All right. So after this last topic, we'll open up the phone lines. All right. What's going on, Ed? I see you. Appreciate you, brother.
Garrett, you the GOAT. I mean, hey.
Showing love, man.
Very much that. I think I said that like a week or two ago. Like, if you don't think that man really changed the game, you're smoking crack.
No.
Crack. You went to the immediate worst.
Well, it's better than what I was going to say.
We got Tom Brady on here.
Very much so. And the thing is, like, as he continued to, and I remember talking on this, I don't know what we were talking about, as he got better, his equipment got better, his vision got better. Shit.
Absolutely.
Get off of it. That's why everyone is forced to do what they're doing now.
He started with 720.
Still trying to keep up.
He started with the 720, went to the 1080 now, and then right to the 4K. So hey,
I mean the drones, the little what you call this thing that go into instead of putting your plume in there.
Movi, whatever.
Sure, that.
Yeah.
Who's doing that? You get a top shit.
Yeah.
Don't get me.
She got a little happy. Oh, okay. All right, here we go.
No, because I appreciate artistry and I can appreciate value and like having a vision and being able to work through it. I can appreciate that.
I said you got happy. I didn't say nothing else. You implied something.
I am happy.
There you go. Put a smile on your face. It's happy. There we go. See, we let them all smile. All right, here we go. Last one. Even for me, this might ruffle some feathers, but it was something I thought about, and I wanted to go ahead and put it out there because it's really a thought. Three of us on here probably gonna, well, all of us on, three of us on here gonna really take it personal, but just some thoughts here, man. These are thoughts, uncomfortable conversations. Here we go. Kappa Kappa Psi and Tau Beta Sigma, needed or not, and why? As a brother of Kappa Kappa Psi, hey, gotta ask the question. All right, Kappa Kappa Psi and Tau Beta Sigma, needed or not, and why? Ooh, who am I gonna go with first? Rick.
Also, as a brother of said organizations,
Yes, Rick is my sister, by the way. Just wanted to put that out there.
Shut up. But being a member of both, needed, no. Valued, yes. I think that KK Psi and Tau Beta Sigma serve a valiant purpose when it's serving the actual purposes of said organizations. When other things take precedence over what the organizations were created to represent, then that's when you lose some of the value of the organization. There are a lot of bands across the country that don't have KK Psi and Tau Beta Sigma. But for the bands that do, and those chapters are strong and operate at a high level, they bring a amazing service and experience to the band members, man. And I think personally, especially in an HBCU, I think that there's an added level on top of that because those KK Psi and Tau Beta Sigma chapters are also a part of the Black Greek experience. I know people like to say that those two organizations aren't Greek, but that's a lie. Phi Mu Alpha, SAI, KK Psi, Tau Beta Sigma, Mu Phi Sigma, whatever you have at your school, those organizations automatically are a part of the Black Greek experience because a lot of us, A, are Black, and then B, a lot of us are members of other organizations also. So I think that it can be easy to get away from the purposes of these organizations, and if people don't even require the people to learn them, then how you expect the people to, live up to what these organizations are about? So I think at the end of the day, they are absolutely valuable. They aren't essential, but they bring a value to these programs when operated at a high level and in the path that they're supposed to serve.
Okay. Krystal, Kappa Kappa Psi and Tau Beta Sigma, needed or not, and why?
See, I knew that you were going to call me. I wanted to go last. I gotta start my disclaimer. I'm obviously Team Red. However, I'm gonna talk about my experience with how I came to understand Greek organizations and at an HBCU. So I'm a first generation college student. So I didn't have any background to what it is to be in an organization. Nobody in my family's gone to college, and I'm still the only one who attended and graduated at HBCU. And I have a big Southern family. So that means I don't have nobody in my ear to say, do this, don't do that. And I remember like the first day of band camp, I called home. I'm from rural Maryland. I'm from a little town that, in the history book is where John Wilkes Booth fled the law. That's all you gotta know about Akakeek. And so, yeah, you making that face, Quan. Like, see, there's places that are a blip on the map. I'm from that blip. And so once I got to Morgan, and I see all of this Greek paraphernalia, I've only seen it on TV. I've only seen the stereotypes of what it is on TV. So coming from a rural program, you don't have a lot of hands on deck. Everybody has to work. Everybody has to set up the band room. Everybody has to pass out music. Everybody has to be, because you just don't have enough people to not to be lazy. I'm going to say it that way. And so my first impression of Kappa Kappa Psi and Tau Beta Sigma, when I called home the first night after, you know, crying a little bit to my dad about, you know, I don't know, this ain't what I thought it was going to be. It's fun, but damn it, I hurt. And I was like, they had these cool organizations and they kind of do what it is that I saw my high school program do, and how I felt like now, not unbeknownst to me, my band director in middle school groomed us to do was to take care of band. Take care of band and take some of the weight off of him as a director. So I had Roosevelt Pratt, and we all know he's at E.E. Smith. I had him and he was fresh out of college. He old. You can tell him I said it. And I learned that these organizations are like what I saw in high school as the band president, as the secretary, as the office manager, student leadership. And I said, okay, so they have an organization for student leadership that takes care of band. That's my impression of the organization to date. That's not saying that I think they always hold true to that. But to be honest, no member really does in any organization. And that's just the fact of the matter is, to say that they're not necessary, I don't think it's more so not necessary as much as sometimes we don't identify organizations by their true purpose based on who's in it and what they actually do. And I knew for me, I'm lazy AF, and I only had one goal, to graduate, so my parents didn't think I made a bad decision majoring in music. Because, you know, a first generation college student is supposed to be a doctor, a lawyer, or a scientist, not major in music, and certainly not be a female band director. That's just completely off the radar. So what I identified the organizations as is the group that takes care of the band. What I think, though, is I don't think that should have exclusivity, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like if you're doing your job, really doing your job, everybody feeds off of that energy and wants to take care of the band. There's some schools that, you know, I think do a really good job at it. I think there are other schools maybe not so much. But I don't judge the whole book by the pages that change in it. You know, every couple of years, you might get it. Speaking from personal experience in my own chapter and in my own organization, one year you get a solid set of folk that come in to work and do their due, and then you get, every organization got letter holders. That's just real. It's unavoidable. You know, some people interview well, and that's even in the adult world, and then they get on job and they running out the door at, you know, before it's time to clock out. That's just real. But I don't ever think, and I would never say that I think it's not necessary or it's unneeded. I think people don't always hold true to the purposes and values that their organization are created behind.
All right. Dope.
From the red team.
We got you. There we go. We got you. All right. Maya, Kappa Kappa Psi, Tau Beta Sigma, needed or not, and why?
You just really trying it today, Lord. Okay.
Come on, give us a smoke. Who want the smoke?
There's no smoke. Ain't no smoke.
Who cranked that up? Jackson, right?
Didn't they crank PV? That was PV.
I think Jackson cranked that up. Anyway, yeah, I think Jackson cranked that up on us. I'm sorry, Maya. I didn't mean to interrupt your time. Go ahead, because I know you ready to go ahead and fire it off. Let's go. Let's hit.
No, not even that. I mean, I agree with all takes that have been provided. I thank you all for your input and your continued excellence on this platform. Secondly, I mean, it is an honor to be selected to serve. Let's start there. Now we're saying needed, yes or no. I did write down, a couple of things. When we talk about the mission or the vision, that's one thing. To be able to serve and support, to provide something to aspire to, be a part of. When we talk about wanting to encouragement, promotion, enrichment, all of those things, sure, those things are necessary. However, if we're speaking of emergent or emerging leaders within the band, talented musicians, camaraderie, all those things can be had with or without said organizations. I can only speak from my experiences. When I got to PV, I mean, we all know there was one without the other. However, those same persons who had to go through the recharting process and all things of the like were already emergent leaders. Those persons were already having a stance and being efficient, as well as peering off to their peers, the staff itself, and being able to facilitate the vision in which was being placed on the band at the time. So those persons, yes, at some point were led or able to be a part of said organization. I'm saying said just to be to seem seemingly unbiased. That's why I'm speaking of which, not to
No, be biased. Be biased. No,
because I'm going to be fair. Not to say like, oh, my organization, like it got to be all of that. But yes, I do think that there are some things that are needed. There are characteristics. There are things that are just going to constantly show themselves. Now, I'm hoping that y'all are getting what I'm saying. You can have those organizations and they can definitely implement, like I said, service support, be something to aspire to. But I think that you can also have great bands. You can also have a great program without those things given certain circumstances. So do they do their jobs? If we stay within, now when we start getting away from the mission, the vision, that's where we can start to point the finger of, opening up for question, why is said group necessary or not? But I will also back that up by saying you need persons of all types to be able to make a solid community, right? You need somebody that's good at something. You need somebody that's not good at something. Now, whether those persons are all in the same group or community, there's a reason why that they're there. And I think that carries over into the larger program or the larger brand itself. So if we want to talk about, actually, no, I won't even say that. Needless to say, yes, I do think that it is helpful. Do I think it is a must? Not necessarily. But when it is placed within the right perspective, yes, it can definitely be efficient. It can definitely enhance the program. They can enhance the program.
Hey, Julie, let me say one thing before you go to Quan, because I think Maya brought up a really, really interesting perspective. And that is KKSI and TBS are supposed to be rewards for technical achievement, right? Like, and what you do in your band. So what happens is you get this large crop of people that just want to be KKSI because they see it. Everybody out there throwing Ks, doing all these things and all these things that look fun. That means I want to be in KKSI. But the other part of that is the members that are in the current chapter. Your job is to identify great members of your band and recruit them to you. And at HBCUs, that's why I brought up the whole Black culture thing. It is like it's against the rules,
backwards,
right, to recruit people to be in your organization. They need to come to me and they need to show me why they need to be in my organization. It's an honorary organization. You are great at what you do. Like I'm also in Phi Mu Alpha. Quan in Phi Mu Alpha. Julian in Phi Mu Alpha. Phi Mu Alpha, our standpoint was we want the best musicians. You don't even have to be in the band. You don't have to be a music major, no nothing. We just want high musicianship and in high standards. KKSI and TBS has a lot of the same platform, but I guess that's why I wanted, going with the fact that, it's okay for you to reach out to people to make these organizations great. You want the best members of the band to be in KKSI. A lot of that happened in Norfolk State. A lot of that. So, You know, so I just want to jump in. Go ahead, Quan. I'm sorry, bro.
All right, so for me, I have a different, and I'm not a member. That's the disclaimer. I'm not a member of Kappa Kappa Psi. I do have a high respect and regards for them. But my introduction to Kappa Kappa Psi was 2004 when I visited the last high school drumline camp that PV had. In 2005, of course, being from the city, Katrina happened. It was a lady that I met. Her name was Barbetta Freeman, and this other guy, his was a drummer named Pun. And so I had their numbers and whatnot. And when they found out that I lost, many of the things due to the storm, it was members of Kappa Kappa Psi that reached out to me and was calling me. And I wasn't even in the band at Prairie. I wasn't even a student. I still was in high school. So that was my introduction to it. After that, then you paid attention to the scene in Drumline when, your boy got, initiated and Prof. Thomas in the back talking about welcome to KK with all that being said, the spirit of building better bands, regardless if you have the organization or not, should be there. The precepts of the organization can live within that band program, regardless, even if the quote unquote organization is there or not. I think that organizations such as Kappa Kappa Psi and Tau Beta Sigma, from what I've seen when I marched in the band with Delta Psi and Epsilon Psi, they were the leaders. They were the ones that, were on point. Like when I first got to PV and I saw Rory, I was like, damn, that boy is cold. Now, he was a tuba player, but did a cold senior recital on the saxophone. You know what I'm saying? Every now and then he would pick up the mellophone and play the mellophone, or he was the student arranger. Christopher Mosley is another, gentleman. And these guys, they were like outstanding bandsmen, and they're outstanding band directors now. So it didn't stop, just at the collegiate level. So is it necessary, quote unquote, for your band to function as a whole? No. But is it a great help? Yes, especially when you have the right people. And honestly, as a freshman, those people that's in those organizations, be it Kappa Kappa Psi, Tau Beta Sigma, PMA, SAI, the precepts of the organization, you want to strive to be in those circles of those people, because you know that they were on the top of their game, regardless if it was just gigging, because a lot of brothers from PMA was doing that from OZ, or if it was the band thing for Delta Psi and Epsilon Psi. So it's like you wanted to be around the company of greatness because they were striving to be greatness. So when you have those people, those young people to aspire to, yeah, your organization is going to be good. But when you're focusing on getting the letters, and then after you get them, you just be like, I got them, I'm done working. Well, those people, they don't belong. They should not belong in those organizations. But I must say, when I was there, I didn't have that, and nor did I witness that, honestly, because Prof. Gordon will call you out even faster because you were in those organizations. If you were late to practice, like he would handle you, accordingly, because you're supposed to be an elite example for the band program.
All of you guys touched on something. Well, not all of y'all, but a couple of you all touched on something that I found very interesting. Just more or less like the introduction of KK Psi, right? Because I think Krystal kind of talked about it, and Quan, you kind of brought it up, but then you said something towards the end that really kind of made me think, because I can remember when I got to Norfolk, there were like 3 members of KK Psi in the band, and my introduction to KK Psi was so big that it was almost hurtful how there was a situation in the band, and I can really I don't care talking about it. But first of all, going back to my introduction to KK Psi was really my band director from high school, who every time we did something, so we went to Fiesta, Texas one day, and he was on the ride just doing this, and I was like, is he a Sigma? Like, but I knew he was Alpha. So flash forward to around my senior year, and I finally figured out what KK Psi was, because I had went to Prairie View for like Trumpet Day and all that kind of stuff, and my boys, I was in a high school frat called Gents, and My boys Deontay and Gerald were at PV, and they were interested in KK Psi. And so that was my introduction into KK Psi, and that's kind of how I understood. That's what I understood from my band director, what he was doing when he was throwing it up, because that's the old hand sign or whatever. So anyway, flash forward to my freshman year in college, and one of the most disappointing things to me was that we're only 3 members in the band that were KK Psi, and I distinctly remember Doc coming into the band room and saying, "Do we have any members of KK Psi in here?" As 3 members were literally sitting in the band room, and it was one of those kind of things where I just felt like the people in the band lost respect for the organization and the people who are a part of the organization because of the way that he presented it. And so I really send a lot of love to the guys who brought the organization back to the campus, because they were all leaders. I can go down that whole list of that Spring '03 line, and every single one of them was a leader, in the program. And I think it is necessary, exactly the same way that Rick brought it up, that it is an honorary program. It is an honorary organization, and you should want to seek out those people who have achieved, some level of greatness, and you want to bring them into your organization, because I think that is what changed the outlook of KK Psi during my time when I was there. That Spring '03 line changed a lot for my chapter. So I'm just curious, what was your introduction to Tau Beta Sigma and KK Psi, if you don't mind?
That's a good question. So I'm trying to think of one that was actually impactful and not just seeing persons in letters. When I think about being in high school or middle school, I remember seeing persons in letters, like, oh, okay, now really getting into it. It probably would have, well, KK Psi definitely was introduced to while I was still in high school. Now, this is gonna be interesting. How do I say this without saying it? So when I got to PV, there was only one person left that was with it. Thank you. You know where I'm going. There was only one person left that was in Tau Beta Sigma. So that was my introduction to it. However, there is it was impactful because it was a more so of, this is unattainable, I guess, for lack of better words, for this reason, for these reasons, not because I was shown and was able to see through the depths and the impact and the direct handling of being in TBS and what effect that would have on not only the band but the organization as a whole. I'm trying to. I apologize for being vague, but without putting out anybody's business, but trying to be correct as well. That was my hands-on introduction to TBS.
Okay. All right, cool. And then Rick, I gotta ask you, brother, because we marched together. You were there in the 2000s before me, but you may have seen the same KK Psi that I saw when I got there. You may have seen something different. So, what was the introduction to KK Psi for you?
It was pretty similar to mine. I didn't know what KK Psi was until I got to Norfolk State, and the 99 line had just crossed, so they were neos in the fraternity. So there was a larger presence my freshman year than when you came in 02. By 02, all those guys either went on and moved on or had graduated. So, by that time, I think Bobby Lincoln was one of the only people on campus that was KK Psi.
No, it
And
was
for me,
Bobby Squatch and
and Tupac, right?
no, you
So,
talking about when I got there?
or just as the numbers started, as they
Well,
started.
then, yeah, when I got there, then it was
Sweets.
Sweets. No, Sweets wasn't marching in.
Okay.
It was Squatch wasn't marching in.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was. It was Squatch, Spook, and
yeah, and Midnight. And Midnight.
Midnight wasn't marching.
We don't know these people.
These are all people that were in the band with us, y'all.
Well, first of all, these are nicknames. These ain't these people's real names, by the way.
Well,
We-
surely, sure we got
Yeah,
that.
okay.
Because
Squatch is short for Sasquatch. Tuba player, great, bro. But like for me, we can go there.
Yeah, go ahead. But go ahead. Yeah,
right. But for me, it was like I was so adamant that I wanted to be Omega. Yeah, I wanted to be in KK side, but my first and foremost thing was Omega. So to be honest, man, KK side wasn't on my radar until later. Like you said, Julian, it was on the down, going in the downward trajectory by the time they got to O2. Like, my first day on campus, I went outside in a white beater and some shorts to go find the bros and tell them I was trying to be the bros. So that was my focus. I'm sorry. I was focused. So TBS and KKSI didn't really have that. TBS did. TBS was strong in Norfolk State's band. But KKSI wasn't really at that level until Sebring and those guys came in a couple of years later.
First of all, Kenny is absolutely right.
I know all these people real names.
I mean, I know their names, but I got to think about them.
Real name is Matthew. Squat's real name is Michael. Midnight real name is Anthony. You sorry? How you don't know members of your own band?
I didn't say them. He said people of Legion. He didn't say the members of Iota's Eye. That's two totally different things, dog.
You sorry.
All right. Anyway, but Rick, you're absolutely right though. Because I mean, you remember me, Rick, coming on campus. I knew about I wanted to be side, but I was in the crosshairs because I was like, I didn't know which one I was gonna do first, whether it was gonna be alphas or side. And looking at what side was when I got there, I was like, all right, I can be in this chapter with hopes to bring it up, make it a little different, or I can go ahead and get in the alpha and be excited about, the chapter I'm in and all that kind of stuff. Quan, what were you gonna say, bro?
Nah, I was just about to say because we know Pookie, Jumba, Crab, 07, but he didn't graduate till 14. I understand.
Everybody band got some of them, bro.
Absolutely.
Everybody on this call trying to be all professional right now. We all know one of our favorite band members.
I ain't trying to be professional. I can tell you that right now. My professional has gone all out the way out the window. I don't care. But I know y'all trying to be PC. I don't care about being no PC. Hey, all right.
All these stupid nicknames they gave us. I ain't gonna tell y'all. I'll tell you in the after party.
We can talk about that in the after party. Right. So first of all, I want to say, man, great topics tonight. Great responses. Man, I see y'all going in on the chat, bro. Like y'all have some really good conversations going on in the chat. Some of y'all was getting on somebody. Who was y'all getting on? I think it was Charles or somebody. No, or Adrian. All right. Anyway. Whoever y'all was getting on, man, like y'all come in, go ahead and click that link. Let's talk about it, man. Don't just talk about it in the chat. Let's have a conversation. All right. While we're doing that though, while we're waiting on that, let's go ahead and do our normal promotions. I enjoy doing these promotions. You know how we got to start it off. I had to get a new one. Let's see if this works. Oh, boom. There we go. A little love. See, hey, my LB gave it to me. He sent it over. He said, hey, man. I asked him, I was like, bro, you got to give me another picture. But anyway, man, a little love all seasoning, man. Let's please make sure that you go and check out a little love all seasoning. Some of the best seasoning that you could possibly ever get, man. It's getting to that Thanksgiving season, and you're going to have to make sure that you got that all seasoning on deck. Make sure you got that all seasoning on deck. He has we need, as a matter of fact, my wife said we need to pick up some more all-purpose seasoning. He got that spicy garlic going on for you. I got you. I'll drop that link in there as soon as I get finished, man. But the slogan is everything tastes great with a little love. So, man, go ahead and pick that up. He has all types of seasons listed. Make sure you pick it up for this Thanksgiving, this holiday season, man, because it's going to, that season right there, top notch. So go ahead and check it out. A little love all season. Appreciate it. Quan, I always get you for this one because you always do it better than me. Go ahead and hit it.
Yeah, so this is exclusively HBCU. Black-owned business. HBCU has D9 apparel as well as specific HBCUs apparel. And for today, in honor of the brothers of Omega Psi Phi, Fraternity Incorporated, you can actually save 11% on your dope and degree collection for the purple and gold aspect for today. So Rick, if you want that, I'll drop you that link.
I mean, Sean, Quan, I went to the link. I ain't see nothing purple and gold.
Man, I'm gonna send this to you because the only time I wear purple and gold is for PV, and unless I'm going to a Baptist church and I'm marching up to Zion. So other than that,
that's because you're a hater. But we'll go back.
but yeah, all exclusively HBCU, man. We need to get up here, man. She good people. She's a soror as well. So support Black businesses, man.
And I'll make sure we'll have a conversation on the after party. All right, we got a guest coming in. Charles, welcome to the show. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
Charles, how you
Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, we got you.
We good.
You doing, brother?
Okay, cool. I had my earbuds in. I didn't know if you guys can hear me or not. Well, first and foremost, good evening to everybody. Everybody's on East Coast time, Central time, West Coast time.
We mostly on Central, but then I think Chris is on that EST.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Excellent. Well, first off, shout out to the bros. Okay. Shout out to the bros. All right. Happy Founders Day. Happy Founders Day to our sons. Happy Founders Day to our sons. You know.
Sons, wow.
Yeah, to our sons.
You don't even know me, and you coming in swinging. That's what's up.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Grateful. First and foremost, this is my first time tuning in, and great topics, great questions. You know, I know Krystal and I know each other very well, but I think a few of us know each other from afar. One of my best man for my wedding was in the Legion with some of you guys. Charles Kane played trumpet.
Charles Willie Kane, that's my boy.
Yeah, Charles.
Your brother, man. Look,
hey man,
I call him Willie. He been jumped on this.
That's Willie, right? Willie Charles Kane, right?
He'll break this camera. But I will say this, man. He was definitely one of the ones who welcomed me into the Legion, man. Like he gave me a lot of the info and the history and all that kind of stuff. So that was like my big brother when I got there. So much.
That's my rookie brother, Maya. That's my rookie brother.
Yeah, that's my best friend, man. We both from the Ville, from Fayetteville. He went to East Smith. I went to Westover. You know, his band director, just like Krystal's band director, Mr. Roosevelt Pratt, another brother of Alpha Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, big mentor of mine, and fellow Aggie as well too. And so, yeah, great topics. You know, as a member of Kappa Psi, I posted in the chat, and I know for me, I went to the FAMU camp as a high school student, and every band director, every section leader, anybody that made that band move was a member of the organization. Now, I had no clue what really Greek life was, you know, prior to going to that camp. And I mean, we talking about Doc Foster, you know what I'm saying? Legendary band director and maestro and everybody down. And I was like, man, these are the individuals getting the water. These are individuals making sure that everything is in order. It was organized, and you know, as a high school band student, you know, and as a section leader, you're like, okay, these are the same things that I'm doing when I'm in high school with my band. I didn't know we had that for college, you know, so I know that was how I was first, exposed to it. And when I went to A&T, it was pretty much the same thing there as well too, you know, in terms of drum majors, section leaders, band directors, you know, and so. I mean, that's how it was for me. And you know, there was a comment that was in there, and it was just talking about, like, the question we have to ask is, like, is leaders, you know, attempting to join the organization, or are people joining the organization to gain leadership? And again, for me, it was just the example. It was a real strong example of leadership. Those were the individuals that, you know, never bucked the system. When I was in the band at A&T, the director said something, this is what they did. If they needed to, like I said, pass out water, first one's in the band room, last one to leave, that was something that attracted to me. And so I can't say that it's the same, you know, as a seasoned member of that organization. I can't say it's the same everywhere you go. You know, I'm not behind the four walls of every band program, but, you know, we know when things are not operating in a way that's functional, and you can tell with some band programs that have both organizations or just have one, and things are just dysfunctional, whether it's from an organization standpoint or even sound wise, or just holding that high standard. Again, everybody that was part of those organizations when I was in school, they were the top players. They were the leaders, in the band program. And, that was something that I, and others aspired to. But I can't say that is still holds true, for some chapters, unfortunately.
And I have a question, man, because you brought up something that just kind of made me think. So,
Okay.
like, because you're IZ, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So that brings about a question. As a bruh, do you expect for leaders to pledge? Because I know that when I was an undergrad, when I saw somebody trying out for a section leader or a drum major, my expectation automatically is they probably gonna try to hit the KA side. That's usually my thought process, but I don't know if everyone thinks that way. So do you feel that same way?
I could say that was my expectation as well too, because it was just, I guess, the rite of passage, if that makes sense. If you were going to get to XYZ, this was the pathway to do it. But I don't agree that it doesn't have to be that way. There's some great leaders that it just may be bad timing or not the right time. I joined Alpha as an alum. Years down the line, it just was not my time. And I remember my high school band director is the Alpha man as well too. And so was two of my band directors at A&T. And so I knew it was going to be part of my journey. But I remember they always told me, the train doesn't stop, it keeps going, and I just knew it was going to be a matter of time, just for the right timing, and so, with that being said, it may not be everybody's time, but this brings up a great question. I hope I answered it, but I have an issue, and this is just me personally, with people that had an opportunity to join, did not join because they, I guess maybe their ideals or thought process wasn't with, Kappa Kappa Psi Top Beta Sigma, what it stood for, and then those same individuals becoming honorary years later down the line. I have an issue with that because, again, it's, an honorary organization. You have an opportunity to join just like everyone else. And I think sometimes we throw it around there a little bit too easy. Like celebrities, like you give celebrities, hey, this individual went to school here and all right, let's make them part of our organization. Like, I don't know. I have an issue with that because, again, if these individuals are putting in the work and they do what they need to do, that's fine. But, we got, I don't know, just got some folks with some letters on that just got letters, and I'm sure there's like that with a lot of organizations.
Yeah, I was gonna say that not, there are many organizations that feel that way, not just KK side.
Right.
As far as Alpha, we don't hit that honorary miss, but everybody else who does, I definitely know that there are people out there who feel that. So I can definitely understand what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, for sure. I want to, Maya, what I didn't catch it earlier. What band program? You say Prairie, right?
Yes.
Prairie. Okay, I just want to say what year?
10 to 14. I think 14.
Oh, 10 to 14. Okay, because I was trying to see if you knew my percussion instructor, Maurice Mosley. He's a box from Prairie View. He's my percussion instructor at. Yeah, you marched with him? Okay, that's right. Yeah.
Back in high school.
Yeah. Oh, okay. See, with the high school, yeah, he's at my high school. I teach at Tucker in Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. And crazy story, he was a roommates with Dr. Lawhorn that's at A&T. That's a percussion instructor there. And when I was just walking in the hallway, I'm hearing somebody that's chopping, and I was like, I know that ain't a kid. This is like my second day on the job, it was just him in the hallway. I was like, bro, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, I help out at the school. I was like, why are you not helping with the drum line? I need you now, And so he's been helping me out this year and stuff, man. So, I think these, type of shows that answering the questions that you guys are asking really helps open people's eyes to similarities, but also differences. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys were mentioning the nicknames. Everybody got a black, everybody got a red, a Pookie. Somebody in their program. And
in Norfolk, them names got disrespectful. We're gonna talk about we're gonna talk about it in the after party. Yeah, we're gonna do it in the after party.
I knew it did. I know it did because, like I said, Willie and then Samson. Anthony Russell Sampson. That's one of my big homies from Fayetteville, and yeah. We used to cut up big time, so I know it was just enhanced with the Legion. Well, that's cool. Well, hey, I don't want to take up too much time. I appreciate you guys. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep working hard, and keep these questions going. I think a lot of our shows that are out there that are talking about band content can there's room for everybody, and great opportunities to have some good dialogue.
I appreciate you, Frat. Thanks for your support, bro.
All right, take care, guys. Take care.
I need one
Chuck
Omega
came in real violent.
You said what?
He came in real violent.
Yes,
I said, Chuck, I knew he was coming in violent. He came in violent, like sneaky violent though, and then left.
Hey,
I'm
I need
cool
one
with it,
Omega in the man, Lawrence. I need you to jump on the call because there are actually Omega band directors. We do exist. Jesus Christ, are we gonna attract every damn alpha?
We're not all alphas. I'm telling you, I thought all band directors were alphas for a long time. I was like, it just must be like some little collation that you just gonna be an alpha. I thought it was like a secret, like I don't know, backdoor skull and crossbones. Like you're gonna be an alpha. I just thought that, right? I have a question. So something that me and some other people who talk that we all from the music Greeks collectively, and we have these joint statements and we have these things where that says that within our own purposes we're supposed to be cordial and cohesive in a sense that we all represent something that falls under a large common umbrella, right? I struggle when music departments have chapters that just can't get along. And I'm coming from historically one that kind of was like that. And I came and I watched it grow, and I have students now who are Tau Beta Sigma, and it kind of made me smile to see, like, they took a picture and I was like, that would have never happened in my day. Like, I'm glad that y'all, like, sometimes people grow up better than you and you happy to see that they grew up better than you. But it just sometimes I feel like it be us old heads that just perpetuate mess.
That's
like
exactly. Krystal,
we don't let the young kids. We don't let the young kids be great. Like they find new and better ways sometimes than we have, and then we come in with our old head mess because so and so was dating so and so boyfriend and so and so girlfriend. Was dipping in the other Kool-Aid, and now, instead of it being a personal issue, individual issue, it's now like a whole organizational issue. How do we overcome that? That's my question. That's my question.
Go ahead, Rick.
I'm about to say a part of it, Krystal, is people pick and choose what they want to follow. KK Psi, in the purpose, it says collaboration with other musical organizations. It's a part of the organization. Phi Mu Alpha has a joint statement with KK Psi. But what happens is, like you said, there are so many. Oh, look, Kari put it up right there. It's an actual joint statement between the two organizations. So
there we go.
What happens so often is that I know in our experience in Norfolk State, and I'm sure Julian going to touch on this briefly. In Norfolk State, what happened was our chapter of Phi Mu Alpha was new. KK Psi had been around since the early 90s. And there were a lot of members that wanted to be KK Psi. And then when they joined Phi Mu Alpha, it was fuck KK Psi. Y'all ain't, like, it was that type of thing. So that spurred a lot of that contentiousness between the two organizations. And then KK Psi serves a specific purpose. KK Psi can only recruit from the band. You know, it's a band organization. So when you have other organizations, you know, going into that recruitment pot, it makes it difficult for those guys. And naturally, they're going to react to that. On the other side of that, like you said, Krystal, it was a lot of hating ass members of the older chapter KK Psi that were forcing their views on Phi Mu Alpha on other people. So it was coming from both sides. It wasn't one side disrespecting the other side more. And I'm saying this as a member of both organizations. It was a collaborative effort to hate on one another. We were equal opportunity haters, and we took every opportunity to do so. I think it's better now because, like, when I came into the fraternity, I was so like. I think another thing too was Phi Mu Alpha at Norfolk State in particular. A lot of people, what Phi Mu Alpha at Norfolk State was supposed to be founded in 03, 04. We started that thing back then. And 02. And a lot of the members of KK Psi were in that colony with us trying to start the chapter. So when the chapter finally went through in 08, it was like, you know, you had that group of guys who are now in Phi Mu Alpha. And that relationship, I think, is what made the, you know, that transition a little better in years after that. But it was definitely like that in Norfolk. It's like that all across the country. I don't sense that at PV, though, because a lot of members of PV's chapters were in both organizations too. So
a lot of the founding members of that chapter. But I can kind of go more a little bit older, but I mean nothing that you said was actually wrong. It's more or less the fact of definitely a lot of people who were interested in pledging or becoming a member of KK Psi who either A, didn't make it, or B, didn't have the grades, or C, all of these things above that for whatever reason they just didn't do it, turn around and became Phi Mu Alpha, and it just created a dissension. The old school mentality of it, I just remember when I was in high school, you know, there was a member of Phi Mu Alpha who would come by my high school all the time. He's a cool dude, you know, that's my boy now. But he would always tell me about how the chapters of Phi Mu Alpha was getting suspended because of the fighting that they were doing with KK Psi and blah 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 blah. And it was just always happening. And I just think that it was because of that reason. One, people who were supposed to become members ended up pledging the other organization, and there was a dissension there. I also think that, like Rick said, there's this thing where a lot of older KK Psi members just kind of look down on Phi Mu Alpha. Like they just, like, KK Psi members felt as though they were the prestige of the music Greeks. And so anything other than KK Psi was just not acceptable. And so that kind of spawned a lot of that stuff. I do think it is better than what it has been in years past. I don't really see a lot of the dissension anymore. I think a lot of it started to come up when and even this kind of almost got close to Norfolk State when that whole dropping fives thing came out. When Phi Mu Alpha was doing the dropping fives, and it looked like they were throwing K's. And so, because I know that I saw it happen, I saw videos of it happening at FAMU, and I know DI was really big on, you know, trying to stop them from doing it. So I've seen that, but I think even now it's not even a big thing anymore. Like I don't even really see either Phi Mu Alpha dropping fives, which I think is hella phony, but whatever. But I don't see that much anymore, and I really don't see a lot of that dissension anymore. I actually think that it's more cohesive. But as Rick did say, I think that out as Rick said, KK Psi serves a specific purpose. Sometimes members of Phi Mu Alpha who wanted to be a part of KK Psi oversteps on the job and the work that should be happening as a member of KK Psi versus Phi Mu Alpha. Just to kind of give you an example, I remember specifically when I was at NSU as a member of KK Psi. I remember we were in charge of, you know, painting the stands. Like that's just something that we do as KK side, you know, painting the stands or painting the chairs or lining the field. That's just what we did, you know. And I just remember overhearing Phi Mu Alpha members like, hey, maybe tomorrow we can go line the field. And we were like, nah, bruh, like that's not your lane. You know what I'm saying? So I
don't know where you heard that at. I can promise you, as a member of that Phi Mu Alpha chapter,
trust you. I heard it.
I'm telling you, as a member of that Phi Mu Alpha chapter, we was not talking about lining no field.
I'm telling you, I heard it.
We used to
listen to me,
you guys. Julian, I was in the chapter. How
you were in the chapter. You weren't there when it happened, so you can't tell me that it did not happen.
I promise you,
you were not there.
Julian,
you were not there. You were not there because you're wrong, bro. It'd be different. It'd be different if you were physically there when it happened. Julian, you weren't. Now I can understand what you're saying. You all had conversations behind closed doors about those things. That's fine. We did not. And I'm not saying that didn't happen, but you cannot disregard what I was physically there for that you weren't there for. Julian, I'm not disregarding what you're saying.
Phi Mu Alpha, I was there from the start of it.
But you're still overlooking what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the conversations that you all had.
Well, I'm also not going to sit here and let you just talk about my chapter about everything.
But if I'm telling you, I'm not talking about your chapter. I'm telling you a situation that actually happened. Well, because I have no disregard or anything for Romeo. You know, I respect Romeo. Period, 100%. But I'm not going to sit here and act like this didn't happen and lie. What the fuck I got to lie for, bro?
I think,
if you would allow me to finish my goddamn statement, I would finish that by saying, well, I understand where you're coming from. I can promise you that those type of conversations, including the mentorship that we did with the chapter after we were there, were not happening.
You're saying, but you're disregarding what I'm saying.
I'm also not finished talking.
Finish talking.
What I was also trying to say was we made a conscious effort with our chapter to make sure that we were telling those guys not to be involved in those things that you're talking about for this exact reason. Now, I appreciate the topic and all these organizations, but let's chill. Let's calm down.
Nobody's hot. What I'm telling you, at the end of the day, I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying, see, here's the problem. The problem is I can admit that you are right in your conversation. The other half of that is you can't tell me the conversations that I actually heard. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. And that's the whole point.
Can I interject for a second?
Go ahead.
Make my sister have the floor. It's funny because my roommate in college, my last years of college, was Etta Gamma, and I just recently chartered Kappa Xi at Morgan, and my husband at the time was just my boyfriend. Had just chartered Phi Mu Alpha, and I remember being in our apartment. Now we were roommates after letters. And so already people kind of was looking like, what the hell going on with this? You know, just off of camaraderie, or I guess, you know, if you're going to look for a roommate, why y'all? I'm like, one, I know he working, he pay bills on time. Money don't have no, I don't care. He going to pay the rent on time? Bet. So I remember this heated conversation, kind of like this, where he told me my chapter was brought here to spite Tau Beta Sigma. This is almost, at least 15, 16. I mean, he told me, he was like, I said, but you knew me before. You really think somebody was chartering for 3 years to make you mad? That take a lot of anger, like, and a lot of focus of anger. Like that's time consuming college. And he believed it. I was like, what make you think so? I said, so how do you think the chapter started? He was like, man, y'all sat in the room and y'all said, y'all gonna be better. I said, well, I was kind of the middle child. I was a freshman. So I hadn't even been in the school long enough to say that so-and-so tried to go pledge something. I already told you I ain't know sugar, honey, iced tea about organizations. So I was like, what? It's like, someone didn't tell me. And so the conversation, and I had to kind of shed light. I was like, actually, we had a charter member who was a music history teacher. So she was from Spelman, and she was a charter member. She's, old school, Melissa Hendricks. I drop her name. And she noticed that there was an influx of female music majors in the department all of a sudden. And so while he was going through that, so I was like, nah, actually, she invited us to event at Delta Nu at Howard, which is the first Black chapter SAI. And I was just kind of like, these are some musicians. They musicians. Like, I'm getting my ass smoked by my section leader, who was CBS, but I had never been around that many women that were like raw in whatever they did musically. So when I had to decide, I was like, well, my focus is to go to school and be raw on my instrument. And, already female music majors already get a stereotype. But as I'm sitting there, I'm listening to him tell me that my whole existence was to make somebody else mad. And I just remember sitting there like, it's amazing. You can like be on the field together with somebody. You can blood, sweat, and tears marching band. That's what marching band is, right? This is my crab brother, so to speak. And I'm like, you really think that I was sitting? And I think it's that type of miscommunication. A narrative gets spent off of maybe two people who drop line, and it becomes the entire line was part of that line that dropped. I was like, I wasn't even in school. So I think sometimes we get a narrative from one or two people, and then that becomes the narrative of the whole. And it happens to us in chapters too. Like if you got an ain't shit member, now, the whole chapter is trash. And that's not necessarily the case. And if you usually ask us, like most people, especially if they, they're about their grown-up business, they'll tell you who's trash. They'll be like, yeah, they don't do shit. Like, or they be like, yeah, we know they suck. And that's just across the board. I just think at the end of the day, we kind of perpetuate narratives off of one or two people, and then that becomes the narrative for the whole. And then that story gets passed on to a generation. I had some kids like 10 years later, it was like, oh, y'all the chapter that came to spite us. I was like, what? You wasn't even born. Like, so I just think that as long as we believe something, it becomes true, and then we can't let it go. And then whoever has a chance to do better, we get in the way of that. The best thing I could have ever done for my chapter was join the alumni chapter. And I know that sounds crazy. That meant like if I truly trusted what my chapter could do, I would take my paws off of it. And I think sometimes as old heads, we can't take our paws off it. We love it so much, but sometimes we cause more damage than good because we don't even trust the product that came after us to be great. I do think the younger cats are doing a better job at ignoring some of our old asses and doing what they feel is best, and is actually causing them to actually grow in whatever respective organization they are. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and throw a rumor out there. Somebody's like, oh man, she wanna be TBS. I ain't never been to an interest meeting. That doesn't mean I hate TBS, but I never went. That wasn't my focus. And Renard James said it best when he was at a interest meeting for Phi Mu Alpha. But Renard James, when I first met him, he was iconic Kappa side to me.
He still is.
He still is. He's iconic to me. And I looked up to him. And he said, someone said, well, why one and not the other? He said, it's not a question of why one and not the other. It said, one is a professional at making orange juice out of oranges, and another is a professional making apple pie out of apples. So do you like apple pie, oranges? Some people like orange juice, some people like apple pie, some people like both. It's not necessarily that orange juice is bad or apple pie is bad. I said, man, this brother got it figured out. I think we don't look at the organizations in that sense. We look at it like one has to be better than the other. No, it's just about preference. We don't do that with anything else in life. Why it gotta be organizations? We gotta kind of, the divine nine is the divine nine for a reason.
True. And shout out to Renard, by the way. You brought him up. Renard.
I just have one thing to say. Well, two comments. First of all, we need to start doing better because we are not Crips and Bloods. Like, first of all, we're not. We're professional organizations that have a specific avenue and objective for every organization. How you want to carry that out, you see fit. Nevertheless, but be true to the precepts of your organization. That's number one. So, number two, in regards to Julian and Rick, we all think that maybe painting the fields was a good idea. However, maybe they should have left that to Kappa side and then find me out for we could have did something else. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
Good job, Juan.
All right.
Good job. Good job, Juan.
All right. Anyway, as I was saying though, man, shout out to Renard though, man. I just remember after I crossed KK side, you wasn't good unless you went to go see Renard during my time. That was how I always understood it. So yeah. Anyway, oh man, they going in on the chat. So, and first of all, let's keep it 100. I need to make sure I make this very clear, dog. Rick, my big brother, dog. We argue all the time. I still love him. You know what I'm saying? So y'all don't think that we over here got smoke for each other, dog. Because look, as soon as we was going back and forth with each other, dog, like the chat just blew. That chat ain't stopped moving since we stopped, bro.
I just was like, when this go in,
that dude Julian, man. Fuck that dude, man. I don't know that.
I was
dude,
like,
man.
when this shit go in, y'all, because
he'll say that today, because you know what I'm saying. It's all good. It's Omega founder day. He can say fuck me today. But
I thought this was real talk. That talk, man. Jesus
it is.
Christ.
I'm just saying. Hey, look.
Did we even have to get that statement? That's my brother. What?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I put it out there because the chat been going.
Hey, y'all, we argue all the time about
all
the
the time.
shit.
All the time.
That is my best friend. That's the best man at my wedding. We ain't mad at each other, y'all.
Yeah.
Black people, man.
Maya, like when this shit go in.
Yeah, Maya gotta
Stop making that face, boo boo kitty.
She got to get to the hookah.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
No, I don't. What I'm saying is that I'm used to it. So I was like, well, I'm just gonna let them keep talking. Like I know y'all not fighting for real. So shit.
The women ain't cut up like this. I'm just saying the women on the platform we ain't cut up like y'all. We had some coof.
No, Maya
and decorum. I know that's right.
No, don't let Maya fool you now. Don't let Maya fool you now. She goes
in.
Even mean? Don't let me pull up the old clips.
If
we gonna get into this, we gonna get into this.
What? Damn, what are you talking about?
I got the
you ain't never seen me shut up on camera.
Shoot. Hit the little dance you always hit.
Which one?
Go ahead. You hit it. There you go. See? That's your cut up time. All right. We about to roll, man. We got to get on out of here, man. Hey, if you guys are sticking around, man, all of y'all who are watching this, man, if you're gonna stick around, you know we got the after party coming up. You know, the after party, we really let it all hang out. We really just kind of relax and let loose. Everything is not strictly music. Exactly. That's why I had to change the words. Everything is not strictly music education band and all that kind of stuff. But if you're gonna hang around with us at the after party. Go grab a drink, hang out for a little while. Before we go, you know we always do this. We got to do it the right way. Quan, any final thoughts?
Nah, bro. Good show.
Word. All right. Maya, any final thoughts?
I'm just ready to get to the after party.
All right. Well, dang, I didn't do it right.
What's good, Mom?
There we go.
You not on your P's and Q's.
I'm not, because I was trying to hurry up and shut it down because it's an hour later in Krystal territory. Rick, any final thoughts?
Actually, yeah, I do have a couple, man. First and foremost, I want to wish a happy heavenly birthday to my oldest sister, Rhonda. Yesterday was her birthday. I miss her dearly. So shout out to her. I love you. So that's first and foremost. Number two, you guys can access this through the UConn website, but the beginning of the end is here, y'all. Tomorrow is my doctoral recital. It's a great concert. I'm doing something a little bit different, y'all. You can watch the recital. You just go to UConn's Music's website, go to an events page, and the first thing there is the Wind Ensemble concert. It says my name and all. You click that, and the link is right there. But been a long time coming, y'all. Got this done in 3 years. So my recital is tomorrow, and then next semester, y'all, I'm in the home stretch of becoming Dr. Brown. So if you would like, and you want to see a different type of Wind Ensemble concert, y'all know I'm not about to go in there and do your standard rep. This is going to be the most African-American based. Every piece on my concert was written by an African-American composer. So, I think that means something, and representation, and it's going to be interesting. So I think you guys will love it. So that's that. And then lastly, support Black businesses, support Black people, support Black. We are in this together. We are all friends. We are all in this. And the only way we're going to advance as Black people is to support one another, even when it's hard. So hopefully you guys will come support.
Hey, for everybody that's saying right now that my phone is going to mess up, you ain't shit. I'm just going to put that.
Your phone already messed up. Maya started laughing earlier, and it just went out. We're like,
right. Well, that's because, let me see who said that. Somebody said Quan shit messing up already. It was like 10 minutes into the show.
That wouldn't even be. Hey, but as I'm thinking about it, say Julian, man, they had people that was listening when we went out there to Langston that was like, hey, ain't you on the Talk That Talk? I was like, yeah. He was like, man, we look every week. So, man, the show is doing great, and it's reaching people, answering questions that, the things that people want to say. So, big up to you, Julian, for being a visionary, for starting this podcast. So, people is reaching people. Real talk.
Thanks, man. It made me feel really good, man. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. And our guest panelist, Krystal, you got any final words for us today?
Thanks for having me out. Y'all past my bedtime. We're on the, I teach in the morning. I got first thing. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I might have a sick day. Might have a sick day.
Ain't that PTO?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to Midwest, so I gotta save my Pokemon, for when I really want to relax. But I appreciate the conversation. And when I saw those questions, I said, oh, they choosing violence. But, if I'm going to choose violence, I like to choose violence with people who talk that talk and back up whatever they say with some real shit. So appreciate it. And I ain't know people actually listen to me. I be running my damn mouth. So shout out that let me know that people actually listen to what the hell I'm saying. Because I just be talking to talk.
Hey, Quan, they said that butter on butter. They said that shit was a scud.
No, I was going to say that too. I was going to say, now, Quan, I know you only got about 5 minutes left before you start hitting the daddy, but I just want to let you know that butter on bread, I tried that this past week. Now that, you might have been on to something. Now you might have been on to something with that. I just want to give you your flowers while you can still hear them.
If nobody know what we talk about, you had to stay there for the after party to find out about the butter on butter, man.
Butter on both sides.
The butter on that B.O.B. that ball. That's that big ball.
We choose cholesterol a day. B.O.B. baby. You heard me?
Hey, man, I was trying to put the link to the recital into the chat. I got to pull up the calendar, but I'll probably do it in the after party if anybody sticks around and is really trying to figure it out. Other than that, man, my final thoughts, man. First of all, I want to say, Krystal, appreciate you for joining us, man. Your commentary was definitely necessary, definitely needed, and we appreciated hearing all the things you had to say because, hey, man, it was really insightful. So we appreciate it. You're welcome back at any time. Whenever you want to come back on, just hit me up and say, hey, I'm trying to be on. Just go ahead and hit me up. Secondly, man, I appreciate all the subscribers, supporters, all of that, everybody who clicked that like button. If you didn't click the like button, you still have time to click the like button. Also, if you didn't finish watching the show, you want to go back and check it out after we're off the air, you can do that as well. And also click the like button. Dude, mute your mic if you gonna keep snorting, dog. Good Lord, Quan. I can't even finish what I'm saying. But yeah, man, appreciate everybody for joining us, man, and getting on with us, man. As you all know, man, we gonna keep this conversation going 100%. Also, I didn't say this, and I wanted to go ahead and say this right now, man. We just got finished having our region band. I'm happy to say that we had 8 students who did make the region band, and we had 1 alternate. So I'm extremely happy for that, man. My kids are doing a great job, and you know, they working their little tails off, but we appreciate it, and we love them and support them. Anyway, man, other than that, I don't have anything left to say. Let me go ahead and get out here and do it the right way. I appreciate you guys for going ahead and joining us. If you're sticking around for the after party, just hold up and we will be back. All right. You may hear some random talking going on, but that's okay. You may not. All right. But just let us close this out, and we'll holler at you guys next week on Wednesday, 7:15. Appreciate all you guys. See you all next week. Man, Quan, I already started walking out.
You gotta get the spot on that thing.
That look, his camera already messing up. Hold on, I'm about to show you. That bad boy clipping. Hold up. He ain't even on screen.
Exactly. We done lost this shit.
Let me tell you how my husband do me dirty, right? My husband is a tech. His damn setup look like Skynet. And my shit is all glitchy. Somebody's supposed to build me a computer. I can't get shit from him going his damn. It looked like Minority Report. He got monitors here, there. He got a sound system. He got sound panels. Got me out here with a sheet behind me. Look at this.
Hey man, whoa! Don't hate on that. I got my green screen sheet over here. I just don't use it.
I'm trying to be in his office. I'm trying to be in his office where it don't freeze and glitch, and you know, if I opened up one more window, this joint just gonna shut down.
But see, that's why I was doing that on my Mac when I first started the show. But now I had to pull up 2 computers because it ain't gonna take all that. This Mac, I got
a monitor, and I got like a I got a soundboard. It's not horrible. It's just my processor's slow.
Okay, yeah, like I said, I got an old. I think I got this Mac in 2011, 2012. I just ain't let it go yet. It's been holding me down, but it can't take all this information I'm trying to process.
Nah, I got new Mac, but it's for work. I don't be trying to cross business with pleasure. Like they fire you here, like they fire you for you was on this site. And you like, no, I wasn't. It was a pop up. They were like fired. I make too much money for you to fire me for stuff like that. So
Smith's daddy. He in the car now. Hold up.
Yeah, we only got a few minutes here, y'all.
Say whatever you need to say to Quan.
You better hope he go get that BOB because we had a little more time with him last time. He was getting that butt on both sides.
He go and get that bombs over Baghdad. I'm telling you.
Quan, you look like you about to go to set. Don't he look like he about to go pick up his LPs for set?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know what that word is. What is set?
Lame.
Well, not online. I don't know what it is, but I know about it.
I know what set is. I'm sorry. Ain't no say. I know what it is.
I have no idea what a set is.
I do.
A trap set?
No.
Oh, okay.
Man, I'm so proud of you. How you doing?
Collection.
How you doing, Brownie?
I've been struggling.
I've been struggling.
You need an air hug because you ain't giving no date yet. Thanksgiving coming up. That mean that the Grambling Southern game is right around the corner, and the season ending.
Oh my God!
Quan, y'all ain't got no street lights where y'all live. It's not dark.
Old 290 shit.
Yeah, in the front of the school, it's like hood. So that's why I gotta have certain things with me.
You can't drive that dark. You can't drive anywhere in Baltimore when it's that dark. You need lights every
I'm
day.
about to say, Robin, I see a lot of our rookie brothers and sisters be coming in and out of the chat, don't even come on the thing. Robin ain't even been on here. I feel some type of way. I want to talk to my people. Since I gotta be on here with all this alpha mess every week. I saw Kari ass in here too. Kari in here somewhere looking.
Hey, first of all, shout out to Kari, man. Kari held me down this past week.
Shout out to Kari.
Shout out to my frat brother. Second of all, I don't think Robin comes on because she got to hit the moderator daddy. She got to tell people to get them likes up.
Well, I saw Tina in there. I saw my rookie dad in there, Kenny. There go Tina right there. Tina, get on the call.
That's all your people. I mean, don't get me wrong, they Legion, behold, but that's all your people. So,
class of 2000 wouldn't be no you without us.
Rick, I'm gonna be quite honest with you, bro. I would have still came to Norfolk.
Smith. If Norfolk band was trash, you would not have been there. You would have been right at Jackson.
Right, but you weren't the end all be all for Norfolk's band.
I didn't say I was, but the 2000 class is what spawned the 01 class, which inspired y'all ass.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Was
the
that the
class,
2000 class that played Howard?
No, that was 03.
That was when we went to Howard in 03. Yeah.
With that trumpet battle?
No, man.
Yeah, we were on the street. That was 03.
The first one was in
That's
02,
when Brass Council.
Yeah,
that's that epic Brass Council battle.
No, that's not the epic one, though. That's not the epic one, though. The most epic one, and Rick was about to say it, the most epic battle that we had is not recorded.
Yep. And that week, Krystal, Dr. Sanford kicked me out the band.
Absolutely.
For the 137th time.
Yeah.
And he told me if I wanted to get in the band, Doc think he was slick. Doc kicked me out the band because he wanted me to work that drum corps, that core style competition that was at Norfolk State that day. So he kicked me out for some mysterious reason and told me, hey, if you want to get back in the band, you're going to work this drum corps show all day. And I'm sitting there like, Doc, I want to be on the field with y'all. I don't want to be here doing the drum corps show. And he made me stay there that whole day.
I'm gonna tell you, Legion got me out of my sick bed in 01. I was on my sick bed. I had a spinal tap and was laid up in my dorm, sleeping the most peaceful sleep off some good meds. And I heard, what's that, ASAP? That little ASAP call. I said, whoa, what the hell? I was like, what the hell? Where'd that come from? They were in the stadium. My dorm was way across campus.
That was 05.
I just knew they were outside my dorm. So I got out my sick bed, peeked out my dorm door, and didn't see no band on the practice field. I said, they can't be all the way down in the stadium sounding like that. I got dressed and cloaked and sat on Norfolk side. You already know I had to hide because I wasn't trying to lose my scholarship. I thought you were sick. And I was like, damn, it sucks to be us. I ain't over there today. But damn, that was a brutal day. That was a brutal day. I ain't gonna say that I liked Norfolk the whole time I was in school. That day
we call that game the Morgan Massacre.
Yeah.
I know.
The Morgan Massacre. That was the last Morgan game I ever. That was the last Morgan game I ever marched. If you remember that ASAP call, if you remember that one trumpet that just kept hanging up in the stratosphere, that was me. That was because that was during the year I cared less about nothing. I took everything up. I didn't care.
All right, I'm about to start the conversation. Here you go. What's the best year of your band ever?
For Norfolk, we didn't already had this conversation.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, we have.
Well, no, we have not on the show. We haven't. Me and you have had the conversation. We haven't had it on the show.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah. So he's right. So we had this conversation, Krystal, all the time. In my opinion, the best Norfolk State band of all time is the 07 Honda group. The group that show at Honda. That's the best show of all time.
I agree.
But the best band that Norfolk ever had was 09.
And I agree with that too.
Was 09 that year. We came to Morgan that year too. I was a graduate assistant of the band that year.
For me, but when it comes to Norfolk, with a close second, I would say 03.
But
I feel like
absolutely right.
That's actually
but
very,
I feel
very
like
true.
01 was like the setup of where Norfolk didn't sound like Norfolk used to sound.
Right.
I agree.
I remember Norfolk my freshman year, like, all right, they all right, and trumpets wasn't all that strong. I felt like our trumpets had a chance, but then there was this rumor going around. They was like, Norfolk got a bunch of music majors on trumpet. I was like, nah. It was like, nah, they got like, because we ain't had no band tapes to go off of. We ain't have like all this media stuff to go off of. They was like, nah, they got like 30 trumpet majors. Then y'all showed up. I was like, damn, that make a difference when your band got a bunch of damn music majors. Like it just does. A lot of people don't understand. It really do make a difference when you got people studying.
What was your freshman year?
99.
Yeah. So when we got there in 2000, my whole class was like that though. So I'm class. That year you talking about, that was my freshman year.
We like the same. We around the same.
Our class, our freshman class was the biggest freshman class that Norfolk had ever had. We had 120 people in our 121.
But that was historic that was historic everywhere though, because my class doubled Morgan's band.
Really?
And yeah, we doubled the band. Morgan was small. And then all of a sudden, that was like the first time that Morgan started to break 100, because Morgan was like 80, soaking wet for like decades. And then all of a sudden, Morgan started to have like 120. We were like 120. And people was like, Morgan, swole up. But then 01, I'll say 01, we had another kind of insurgents. And then like, we kind of started to fall off. We kind of mellowed out. But I'll say like the best band was 2004, the years of Battle Fest. I'll say like 2004. That was the best Morgan band. Like 140. And we had been maintaining pretty good size for Morgan anyway. But I remember y'all played like this Usher show. It was something like Usher at Battle Fest.
04?
It was like this Usher, or maybe that was Homecoming. I know. See, my husband in the background. That's also the year that LOB played Behold as a fanfare.
Yeah, I remember that. We was hot. We was hot about that.
Oh, we know. We were John. Like, I can't believe these motherfuckers are playing their school song. We did get cussed out for like an hour and a half on the way back. Straight.
Yeah. That was 04 was the Smooth Criminal.
We got cussed out. Yeah. We got cussed out for like an hour and a half through
I knew
a couple different stuff.
When we heard that, I was thinking to myself, because matter of fact, 04 was the night after our Cross KK side. That Battle Fest, that when we did the Smooth Criminal on the field, I had Cross KK side the night before. So that was my first time like meeting Mr. Miles and like the whole Morgan side. So when we heard that, I was sitting back like, I know Melvin Miles is gonna cuss this out for that. I was sitting up there thinking that the whole time.
He cussed out through several states. He cussed us out nonstop. Like, He didn't take like not even like a breath mark. Just
not even.
I'll tell you, if you not even breath mark. You want to hear a band director dish rag some students? He can't do that no more. Nobody can do that. But we have been dish ragged by the band director, and that day was one of them.
Chris, I got kicked out of the band. I got kicked out of the band every week, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Nah, you haven't seen the whole band get kicked out of the band? He used to kick the whole band out the band.
Oh Lord.
He came in one day. He told us all go home. He said go home. Then people went to try to practice, and he kicked us out of the building. He's like, I told you, pack your shit up and go home. He's like, damn, we can't.
Did I stutter?
Kicked us out of the bar. He walking down the hallway. Get the fuck out.
Quan, what's the best year of PV ever?
For me,
that BOB year.
Wait, you say the best year for the year I marched?
No, ever. I didn't march 09. I ain't march 03. I marched one game in 03.
Shit.
07, I did not march. What is the best PV band ever?
I would have to say for me would be the damn, bro, because I like so many years of Prairie View now. Um, for old school, I would have to say
No, ain't no old school, ain't no new school. No, sir. You don't get that luxury, young fella.
y'all just named 4 bands. All right,
Yeah, we
anyway,
did. We said the best band Norfolk ever had was 09.
okay, so
He
I mean, shit.
definitely said that. He just said 09 and that was it. And he didn't march on that.
Okay, I would say 04.
Neither did I.
I would say 04. Prairie View.
What was
04. Huh? What was good about them?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be biased. The drum section was like top notch. That was 03, 04 was like around the biggest years of Prairie View. Before we kind of like hit a hard slump, because 05 their numbers depleted a lot. They had a quality sound, and honestly their chant was good. Like they just had a different sense of energy with them. 04. And also that was the first year that I actually saw them. Around that time. And then my second best would be, what was the year they got in a fight with Southern? I think 98. I like that Prairie View too. I just like, it just had a different sound and a tone quality for me. And then I will put 08 in the like honorable mention.
Quan, I'm proud of you, bro. Your phone didn't cut out not one time. We can't see you. It looked like we talking to like the back of Julian's room right there. But we can hear you. I'm proud of you, bro.
He probably got tired of us talking and he switched from cricket to at least T-Mobile.
All right.
Nah.
Hey,
Nah,
I got
but,
T-Mobile. It worked for you when you need it.
I know. That's why I said it. Hey, because I can tell you right now, when I had T-Mobile, and my wife is from Richmond, so when I had T-Mobile and I would go over her house, tight. I got absolutely nothing in her house. But as soon as I stepped outside, we was good.
But I'm gonna be honest with you though. I really like that year, whatever that year was, y'all battled J State in the gym.
Julian been saying for years that 15 band was the
Hold on,
best.
which battle? When you talking about an A gym or you talking about the Baby Dome?
The Baby Dome.
That's the man. That's 16.
So like I
that's
really
15.
I can't. It's either 15 or 16. I can't recall. Well, it was 15.
16 was
I know.
we did the battle with Jackson at Jackson afterward. That was 16.
The first battle was at Julian. I put the battle together, bro. It was 15.
Yeah.
The one in the gym was at PV was 15. The
That's
one
what I said,
at
the Baby Dome. We were saying the same thing then.
No, he was saying the one at Jackson is 16. The next.
No.
He said the one in the Baby Dome.
The one in the Baby Dome.
Oh yeah, that's
like
15. Yeah, that was 15.
Saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Right. So that band, I appreciate it. I'm gonna tell you why. Because that was the first time I started to see like the emergence of like some older things and qualities of Prairie View. Like y'all did play all blues, which I respected. But also y'all pulled out Spania, and I was like, these niggas is playing. Like that's when I was like, bro, these boys came to play. And I know they had a lot of alumni that was hating, but honestly, we had a battle like that against TSU, and I never forget, like our book wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of our book never was really like that, was because people don't know that lightning struck Prof Edwards' home and burned his studio down, and so a lot of his arrangements, caught a fire. And so that's why if you look at Prairie View from 06, 07 to 08, some of our drills were the same numbers because that's all he had, left. But when y'all played that Spania, I was like, man, these boys playing. And so That was a good one. That last year y'all did that Houston show for Honda is one of my favorite bands. Period. Though.
We didn't do it. Did we do a Houston show for Honda? I thought it was just a general. That was in the what you call it, the 80s. Not Trapped in the 80s. I can't remember the daggone name.
It's whatever year y'all did at Honda. Y'all did the Astro Star.
We did that at Honda.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who was on the stick? That was Jordan's last game being on the stick. That's.
I thought we did
preview.
1980s to the Storm joint, out of the Storm into the Big Storm. What do we do after the Big Storm? Do you remember, Rick?
No, and I made the damn show.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that, because I know you made the show. Because when you said the Houston show, that we only did the first Houston show. That was only for Labor Day Classic.
We'll put like this. Y'all played Beyonce there at Honda.
Oh, that was the following year. That was the year after we were.
Yeah. So then that was after then.
Yeah. So that was what, 17 or 18 or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. When they went back after.
Y'all about to make a hashtag. All this nostalgia. Make band books great again. Make them great and diverse again.
Hey, don't get me started, man. And my brain, you don't know how much stuff going on in my brain about this. I'll make a shirt quick. We be having merch.
Well, after we hear Maya's, can we go to that conversation? Because Krystal, you hit it right on the head. Band is born. Maya, can we please come back to that, y'all? Because Krystal's so right.
What?
Maya, what's the best PV band ever?
Well, one, yes, I'm fine. I was just working, so that's why I was distracted. But let's see, best PV band. I would say, well,
not 13.
Fuck no, sorry. I'll be honest with you, no. And I was there. Shit, fuck no. 15,
struggle year,
definitely. And then I'm thinking about pivotal, or like those pivotal clips that I can remember. So one, whatever year the last time PV did the little Houston thing, that Genesis clip over Alcorn, excuse me. What year was that? 18? I mean, shit, 20?
Wait,
I mean,
no. I thought that
was it 18 or 19?
That was 18.
Yeah, that band. Also, let me think. Now I won't lie. So, okay, 2010 was interesting. That was an interesting band, but I think I'm more so just talking about. I mean, that was just a pivotal year for me. So, I will always have love for 10's band. Now, if we talking about dancing, what was the best year? Any year that I was on the line.
Oh,
no, my captain years, I think, was definitely. My captain years were definitely, I think, a moment within the transition of the Foxes. So that'll always have a special place in my heart. So
I'll get some feedback, y'all, because I was at PV for a while. I didn't go there, but I think 15 and 16 were great years. But I think the culmination of all that work was 17. Between 17 and 18, those were the bands, I think, that, PV, in my opinion, I know the old heads ain't going to agree with me because, all of us think our years were the best. But go listen to that 17 or 18 PV band.
Wait, was 18 the year, was 18 the first year Jackson State and the Baby Dome? That was 18, right?
No, the first year Jackson State and the Baby Dome was 15.
The one where Fran fell, which year was that?
Yeah, that was 15.
That was 15.
Wait.
Yep. The one where, fell out the chair.
He fell during a swamp, yeah.
Yeah, I think the bet.
Okay, yeah. No. Yeah. You said that and you said which year was the year that you think everybody got it?
I think the culmination of all those years of work, 15 and 16 led to that 17.
17.
Yeah. I think that's the best band PV has ever had. I went back and listened to some 17, 18 clips. because they played a chart I wrote that year called "Tonight" by CeeLo Green, and I was like, man, let me go back and check this out. And they played the hell out of that piece. It was in the Houston show for the Labor Day Classic. It was the first game of the year when they played Texas Southern, and I'm just sitting there listening, like, man, this is one hell of a band, man.
I'm gonna say this though, Rick. The first time we listened to it though, we were kind of hating. We had to go back and listen to it, like, because we were looking for a specific sound,
Right.
and I think the first time we listened to it, because we didn't get the specific sound we were looking for, we were picking apart these little insignificant details. But I think when we went back and listened to it, I definitely agree with you.
Well, like Krystal said earlier though, clip also matters. Because you can pull up somebody clip and it sound like the worst clip you ever heard in your life, and then you pull up somebody else's and it sound like the New York Philharmonic. So
sorry, that's something in my throat. Hey,
I ain't say it.
A&T sound like the Blue Devils when they clip come out, man. I'm just saying.
Not the Blue Devils.
Hell yeah, especially in the band room.
Now, live face to face.
Small band with the big sound, though.
The meeting in my bedroom sounds wonderful.
People act like we don't know they be layering clips, just layering clips, like just.
We know
in the studio, turning
highs
up, turning lows up.
That was a good thing.
Here we go.
There you go, Rick. I had to pull it up for you.
Oh, we done turned it to showing band clips. We done.
Oh, tight. No, this is the only one I'm. This is the only one I'm showing because we were talking about it earlier. We ain't about to go into that. No. We'll be on here all night.
Symphonic Overture on Shaft.
Going straight to Tape Master. No, we ain't gonna go through his whole catalog. Absolutely not. We'll be here for 3 years going through his stuff. All right. So I just wanted to pull this up because I just felt like this was so dope.
What the hell? Diminuendo, no such thing. I was getting it, dude.
Countdown to the fireworks.
This is my freshman year. And we have lost one. I'm about to give you these outside. One player, I will give them to you. Trombones was bringing it, bro. That trombone section.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and say this, and I need to say this publicly because there was a slight misconception. The 2000 VHS that I saw when I was in school was cool. Even that A flat that you played at the end of Matador was all right. But the thing that got me interested in Norfolk was that one clip.
Really?
Because yes, dog, because when y'all came in, first of all, y'all played Shaft, dog. Who the hell was playing Shaft? Period. Like that was the first thing. But man, when
Now
y'all
it's time to
came
talk
down,
about the books.
when y'all came
Rick
down with
James.
that chord, right, and it was just full as hell, I was like, oh, who are these motherfuckers? Like that was
But you know who we were? We were Paul Adams. We had
you were Paul Adams.
a
I agree.
master arranger writing for our band, and he wouldn't let us just hit them rap daddies all night long. Mr. Adams would do stuff. I know you remember this, Julian, with that Rise. Mr. Adams would tell us ahead of time, man, I got this killer chart that's coming. Y'all gonna love it. That Rise won't my favorite, but he was like Mr. Adams made us play real
Out
music.
of the box stuff.
Yep.
But I think that's where I get it from. Like, because that's who I came up under. We always played the different stuff. Like, who the hell was thinking Carry On? Right? Like, just out of nowhere, Carry On. Like,
My favorite Norfolk song of all time, dog.
you know what I'm saying? So I think that's really where I get it from. The Johnny Quest, all this stuff that I randomly think outside of the box to write. Like, I think that's where it comes from.
Like
Johnny
Krystal,
Quest made me want to play horn. I wanted to play mellophone because of Johnny Quest. Like I was like, clarinet is not it. I need to play horn because I need to play Johnny Quest.
like Krystal, when you watch band clips now, what is your react? Like we had a couple of brothers, real smart, real sharp brothers come on and told me I was smoking because of my opinions of bands and stuff like that. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't want to hear no band play loud for 45 minutes. Like, I just don't get how people are entertained by hearing bands yell for 45 minutes. Like, do you get anything out of that? Or like, are you a band head? Like, do you like that or what?
You see my face? Okay, so look, everybody, and this annoys me to no end. Like when people talk about MEAC, like we don't appreciate like the idea of the crank up. Like we certainly do. Like
Right.
everybody likes to unleash sometime. Like everybody likes to get some type of aggression, be out of characteristic, and just kind of. My band director called it lustful playing. Everybody has something that they can appreciate that kind of taps into the dirtier side of their musicianship. It's just natural. That's like because we Black musicians. That's how we're built historically. Is that we take things that people try to put us in a box, and then we try to come out that box, and we innovative in that sense. But I feel like sometimes we are our own worst enemy when it comes to our innovation. Like now we got PWIs doing stuff that we done abandoned, and they getting house for like we always talk about like we don't want to do white people stuff, but then we in turn throw it away. Like we throw the whole baby out with the bathwater. I appreciate a Shaft. I appreciate a Johnny Quest. I appreciate things that draw. That's what made me start to respect Southern a little bit more. Is when I started to hear some different stuff. Like when I heard Dark Knight, I said, yeah. Like even from TSU, I appreciate hearing, Star Trek. Like, oh, this is because those songs are game enders. Like they're a finishing move to me. You can't come back from that. You don't have a response. You can't respond with no 8-bar rap. You can't respond with a rap daddy to that. Like it just.
There you go. You better get on the lingo, the rap daddies. Yes, sir.
Look,
This should have been brought into the fold.
We call them 8-bar ditties. They're just 8 bars of the same shit forever. And I get it from a game and play because you can't just be playing the whole damn song during the game. Like if there was ever a moment, sometimes I would be in the stands like, man, why we call it a whole song? Like, let's not call a whole song because one, you're never gonna finish it. Right. 2, it's just not. It's not as entertaining. Now in the 5th, it makes sense where that's when you really unleash what the pins, what's happening with the pins in your program. That's when we should be hearing some innovative stuff. No, we just got people yell, like you said, just yelling back and forth. Just yelling back and forth for no damn reason other than
And
just to be loud and bad.
yeah,
In a lot of cases, loud and bad.
because
It's loud and good.
in
It's just loud
2015
and bad.
when we played Jackson in 2015, we played Killer Joe, right? Like a Quincy Jones jazz standard. We played Killer Joe, and it was good. They played back who can I turn to? And I'm just sitting like, that's how you know you ain't got no book with nothing in it when you respond to Killer Joe with some rap daddies.
Hey man, it is what it is. I mean,
But
when you well, first of all, before you speak, Quan, I do want to take a second to give a shout out to my chapter brother. Meet me on the 50, Eddie. What's going on, brother? Glad to see you in here, man. Appreciate you. All right, go ahead, Quan.
I was just saying when I first got into band and started looking up band, like those pre-SWAC rules and whatnot, playing in the stands was like chess. You know what I'm saying? Like if you play the march, okay, I'm gonna play a march better. Even if you play the chorale, I'm gonna play a chorale better, and so forth and so on. The rap, in y'all words, the rap daddies have gotten so out of hand to where not saying that they're incapable of charting some of these, upper echelons of music. I don't know. Maybe they don't know how, because or maybe just the rap joints is so easy to capture this generation. I don't know, but
I
I
don't
know
think
that
it's easy to capture this generation, Quan. I think they're easy to learn. So it makes you seem like you have a bigger book than what you actually have.
I'm
In,
gonna
two,
go ahead, Rick. Go ahead, Rick. My bad.
in 2015, when we played Southern, or was it 14? 14, when we played Southern, they played Sir Duke, they played Beyond, they played that Tamar Braxton ballad, they played this reggae joint that was jamming. They did not play not one rap song in the fifth. Now you go to a game, Quan, and it may be because of COVID too. Let's not forget that there is a pandemic out there that are affecting people. But you go to a game now, 40 to 50% of the songs in the fifth quarter, and you are absolutely right, Charles. 40 to 50% of the fifth quarter is them rap daddies, and they all in the same key, all in B
right.
flat, all in E flat.
But
So there's no effort there, or F.
but let me also say this, because I don't disagree with you on that. But there are two other things that I look at as well. So one, not even just the fact that it's easy. It's more or less the fact of, so let me put it this way. Silk Sonic is running rampant right now.
Right.
Correct.
But it's running rampant because it's actual music that people can appreciate and listen to. And I guarantee you, in this upcoming year, everybody's going to be trying to play everything from that album, because it's the most thing that we have in mainstream media that has musical content.
I completely disagree, and I only disagree,
Yeah.
bro, because of what Krystal just said.
Right.
I think it's just a lack of creativity.
Well, I agree with that. That was my second point. I think it's creativity, but I also believe that there is a lack of music in mainstream media.
But that's the thing. I disagree, and I'm gonna tell you why I disagree. And it's one person in particular that I think who does a great job with this. What you're saying, and that's Brian Simmons. You can say what you want to say about Texas Southern. Brian Simmons played Lucky Day in the fifth quarter. That Lucky Day album is amazing. It's a lot of material. I shot Hopper text like, dog, you need to look at a couple of these Lucky Day songs. Like it's
Hey,
but
even TSU played a Lupe Fiasco song.
But that's what I'm saying, Brian.
But this is what I'm saying. First of all, Jared, my bad. I ain't see you, bro. My bad.
Yeah, Jared over here hitting you with
he mad,
shit.
dog. He hot. I'm sorry, bro. Shout out to my other chapter, bro, Jared Davis, man. I'm sorry, bro. Much love to you, dog. I taught you how to throw Ks. All right. Anyway, but here's the thing. I'm only talking about, because let's be real. Southern people are really good for that. I mean, let's look at Hamer when he pulled out Beyond, right? I think Southern people are really good for that. I'm just talking about mainstream music, the stuff that quote unquote people listen to that they get excited to hear. Like right now, if a kid listens to, and most kids, I don't know if they listen to the radio or not, but they listen to what's hot right now.
But
Most of it is rap daddies.
but that's what but Julian, that's why I text you that question, bro, because like you and I talk all the time. The fact of the matter is bands are dictating what's going on with these bands.
Absolutely. I agree.
There is no leadership anymore. It's, well, I want to have all the people online saying I'm the best. Like, think about it like this. Like, I'm gonna just throw a couple of bands out there. Anything can be played off that Robert Glasper Black Radio 1 or 2 album. Anybody can play some King, some We Are Kings, Supernatural by King. You don't think that would blow with a band? Go out there and find some Jazz Specs. The Jazz Specs got a lot of great music from Atlanta. Like, there
I
are
agree.
a lot of great bands. It's that it takes effort to sit down at a piano and be able to play a flat 9 sharp 11 chord and be able to write that into a band. And there's no.
My hand up.
Oh, go ahead.
Pick me.
Go ahead, Krystal. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's why. I agree with you. I remember my band leadership. One year I started letting them pick the homecoming show, like the music, and I was really surprised at what these kids came up with, because it was not at all what we say they like. Like they did a Kanye West show, but the way they picked the songs, and like they're not as boxed in as we think, like at all. And I teach high school. I've been teaching high school for almost 10 years now. Like my students, they sat me in the office. I was like, y'all don't listen to this. It was like, we gotta give it to you. Y'all music's better. Like these are kids in the generation we're talking about. This is what they like. And I was surprised when I started playing music at assemblies, and they will be singing. They know all the words to our shit. And they was like, yeah, our stuff is fine. No, we get tired of it too. And so this is out of the mouths of babes. I think where the excuse really is just people can't write that stuff anymore. Not like a Paul Adams. They just don't know how. And I teach theory, so I can tell you right now, they don't even know how to begin to write it. Like I see some arrangements hit Facebook, and I scroll in because I can't see good anymore. I gotta really get up on it. And I'm like, how you got sharps and flats? And you couldn't have put that together.
See,
well,
Krystal, I'm gonna be honest. You're talking about something that we talked about on I think it was last show.
They just don't have it. Like, and instead of just saying we don't know how, the excuse becomes, well, we just gonna write this. And people be like, man, that arrangement got fired. I was like, no, I don't. There's only but so many ways you gonna write that rap tune. And if you don't know some real theory, it's gonna sound the same. Like I can duplicate almost any of these rap tunes because there's not a lot in it, but good arrangers know how to add stuff to it. But then, to be quite honest, fans dictate it. Be like, what's that? And even I started noticing when kids, like I started noticing a change. It'd be like, well, we just listen to the beat, and that's just where we are now. We just listen to a beat. We don't listen to the sound, like the tones and stuff that's happening. But we grew up with cartoons that had real music, and our parents listened to stuff, whether it was from our generation or not. So we just built a little differently anyway.
I see you, Quan. Okay. I see you. I must just say this, and Quan, you can come in. I text Rick. He probably don't remember this because he don't be looking at my text anyway. But I text Rick maybe about a couple of weeks back. If you really want to write some good drill tunes, check out K-pop.
Facts.
K-pop got some dope music, bro. That's all I'm saying. All right.
So for me, I have to respectfully disagree. Like when you say that the fans dictate the the crowd. I'm gonna use this example. I remember when I first heard Southern play Bohemian Rhapsody. I was like, "What the hell is that?" I think that was out the box. When they played, I think Hamer wrote, "Is it the Bill Conti?" This is like the theme for the Rocky Show. That was another good one, and it was one more.
Ooh, Rick.
Welcome to the Jungle.
You heard what he just said, Rick?
Yeah, I do, and I'm gonna respond, but go ahead, Quan.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's fine, bro. I'm like the little brother. Of
No,
y'all,
it ain't
but-
negative towards you, Quan. I'm gonna tell you the story. Yeah.
No, so it's kind of like, even like Welcome to the Jungle. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would have never thought, and regardless if a person likes or appreciate the song, you would have never thought to write those songs. And like Krystal said, some of those are finisher songs, quote unquote. So it's like, I don't think we're creatively thinking to arrange like that anymore. You know, to use those specific devices to make your I mean, Dr. Zachary sat down and taught me 10 minutes. He was like, where is your arrangement going? How was it starting? How was it finished? Where's the dynamic contrast? Just a simple conversation like that from arranging. And a lot of it, like you say, Rick, I agree when you say it's rap that it just play loud. Or, you know, or where are you going with the pieces? But I don't think that the crowd is dictating, because a good sound is a good sound. A good arrangement is a good arrangement. You know, I mean, I think, like Krystal said, I don't think people is just as creative as they're accustomed to. That's number one. And people are truly not formally taught how to arrange anymore. And that makes a big difference in it all. And I can say that even for myself.
I think a lot of what you just said is true, Quan. When I say dictation from the fans, every single piece that you just named was about 3 to 4 years ago. This year, you getting them rap daddies in the fifth quarter, ain't no telling. And I'm gonna tell you where I started seeing the change, Quan, when those mass bands really started taking off. Because what happened is these arrangers would test the songs with the mass band, and then would take the songs to the university and play them same songs at the university. And like Jared Davis said in the comments, mellophones cross voicing with the trumpets on almost every arrangement. Euphoniums playing in the mellophone range. They have no sense, Quan, like you just said, bro, of true arranging. Most people get in there, man, and they write, the first thing they think when they write an arrangement, how can I make this loud? That's the first thing that comes into some people's head. Not thinking about melody, counter melody, bass line, chords, making things interesting, like the things that make an arrangement. Like a lot of people are saying in the comments, transcribing. That's all it is. Well, I heard it on the radio. I'm gonna put that thing on paper. That's the arrangement. And I'm gonna throw some high B flats and C's in the baritone to make it loud. Like, I cannot stand that blaring baritone sound. You in the middle of arrangement, all of a sudden, you can almost guess it now. Like the arrangement will be going. Smoking out the window. Woo! Boom, 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 boom. My nigga smoking out the window. Woo, 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 woo. I'm like, what is this? What part did Bruno Mars sang that ugly note that y'all keep playing? Like,
Then resolve solve.
right.
Resolve solve.
And then the worst part, Ron, it has no follow through. The note doesn't go all the way to beat 4. It cuts off on beat 3 with diminuendo. Smoking out the window. Nothing.
This arrangement has been brought to you by the Common Tone.
And it'd be a hella fifth. It'd be hella fifth in the chord. I'm like, dude. Like, it's just, Quan, it's so frustrating to listen to this crap, man. Like, that's what it is. It's musical crap. Like, you would.
It's a 4x4 block. That's all they can write. I call it the 4x4 block, where you take every single part and you paste that joint top to bottom in every voice, and nobody has anything different. And I get it, you know. Simmons was talking about you gotta make sure the meat and potatoes of a song is there. Yeah, but you know, we all have good soul food. Like, there's meat and potatoes, but there's also, you know, people put paprika on deviled eggs that just make it taste a little different. And we used to have arrangers that knew how to make songs taste a little different from the other person. And it wasn't necessarily that one arranger was bad or better. It was just like, okay, you know how to use this seasoning well. Now everybody just take these Laurie ass arrangements and just, y'all know Laurie's salty as hell. You know, you go to the store, ain't nobody got no time to actually go get real seasoning. You last minute, so you in the Dollar General or whatever the hell dollar store, you just go get that cheap salt. And we got a lot of Laurie ass arrangements. And you know, I always make the analogy, like, some people like fried chicken every day and wonder why, you know, their lifespan is short. Like, we don't even have band directors with long lifespans anymore because your diet isn't diverse enough to withstand change. Like, eventually, you know, people gonna be like, oh, here comes the loud band again. And then what you got left? Laurie's.
Hey, there's chicken, and then there's Willie Mae's Scotch House in New Orleans, which is some of the best chicken I've ever had in my life.
By the way, Quan, just to piggyback on what you were saying, no, we were not talking specifically negative about you when it came to the Rocky song. Let me put it this way. If y'all remember, well, if you remember, Quan, or anybody remembers, PV played "We're Not Making Love No More" for Honda 2016, right? Prior to that, Southern played "We're Not Making Love No More." I think it was 2014, somewhere around there. And Southern got a lot of love for playing "We're Not Making Love No More." Here's the really interesting story. I wrote "We're Not Making Love No More" in 2012. PV played it in 2013. There's only one video of us playing that.
At first night.
Yep.
during band camp.
During band camp. And that video has never surfaced. PV got love for it. I mean, Southern got love for playing it first. And then we ended up playing it again, but it makes it look like the narrative was, oh, well, Southern played it for, well, actually we did. And so going off of that though, Quan, that whole Rocky thing that you brought up, there's an arrangement on my computer that's been there since I don't know how long.
But not to cut you off, but even like NCAT had played it before them.
I wrote it before NCAT. So
but yeah,
here's the thing. Here's a quick story about that. I wrote it. Rick heard it. We were like, "Yo, let's figure it out. I mean, let's put it on the stand." I ain't gonna say why it didn't end up on the stand, but we didn't end up on the stand. A year later, A&T played it. No, it was 2 years later. A&T played it. I called Rick. I said, "Bro, look at this video." And then he was like, "Bro, isn't that the same joint?" Yes, it's the exact same one that I wrote that didn't end up on the stand for X reason. And somebody else is getting clout for playing it. I'm gonna leave it there.
But that's why I said I could appreciate Taxi Cab. That's why like there's a song that I've been wanting to arrange and I just haven't had the time.
Don't hate on Taxi Cab. Don't hate on Taxi Cab.
Like I like the song, dog. Like, but even like there's a song, so Colonel Giles theme song.
We already talked about that.
Like,
man, hold on, let me see if I can pull this up on the computer.
Like, I feel like that'll be dope.
I'm gonna just go ahead and put it out there.
Like the difference with me is I'm humble enough to say, hey, I need to learn. Even though I took an arranging class, I need to study it more. I never forget the very first person outside of like a Prairie View director was the first person I reached out to was Krystal. Like I sent her my arrangement to her of Lift Every Voice, and she was like, hey, I'm gonna critique this. And I was like, cool. She sent it back, fix this, cross that out, switch this texture here. Like, but that's how you learn, bro. Like that's how you learn and you get better. But you have a lot of people, man, they don't want to admit.
But that's what
some of what they're
yeah. That's what I was talking about at the top, Quan. Nobody knows how to write color anymore. So the best way, like, let's just talk about standard ways of writing color in an arrangement. Most people like to start with a massive intro. So to completely change the texture of that, and I know this is difficult for some bands because they don't have them. If you're going from like this bombastic sound, go to a woodwind centered sound. You're going to get that woodiness of the clarinet and the saxophone, and then you'll get that shimmer of the piccolo. People don't think like that. Their thinking is, okay, I got this bombastic intro. F that mezzo forte. We're going from as loud as I can play to fortissimo, and all I'm gonna hear is trombone and baritone and mellophone the whole time. Like there's no consideration for, okay, I'm playing a ballad, so let's just take some off right here, and let's give the trombones the melody here, and let's go for this really warm wind centered sound to support that. Let's write the baritones and the trombones in rootless voicing, so I can get that color of the 9 and the 13s and 11s in the low brass part, which is going to give you both warmth and interest. Let's talk about, like all these things they don't talk about, man, is how can I write this arrangement to where it's loud? That's the only consideration. And that's why what we do, in my opinion, is boring. Like we sit
But I
there,
got a question.
go ahead.
Will
Go
you
ahead, Chris.
finish? Whose fault is it? Because I don't blame students. I used to blame students. Right now, my students are learning. I'm teaching them species counterpoint. Yeah. Those of you who don't know, that's the rules of writing.
Yeah.
And I have a kid who can transcribe any jazz chart. He's a sophomore in high school. And he said, I feel so restricted. I said, well, you learn the rules so you know when you break them, why you broke them. And we got people who are out here just breaking rules and don't know why the rules exist in the first place. That's one. Secondly, we got directors that don't really know the rules or don't know how to write themselves, like just being honest. So they're used to pumping out something that's easy. And, I don't know why some directors are afraid of their students. Like, we're not talking about killing somebody's like fire behind doing something, but my director, he sent a lot of my shit back to the drawing board. Like, pull out that red pen back when people wanted, my first chart was by hand. And I sat it on his desk and he said, you need to learn about contrary motion. Yeah. I was like, and he kept sending it back. He said, you got too many parallel lines here. He said, and then not knowing the function of instruments, period.
Yeah.
Woodwind's job is not just to make trumpets sound like they screaming. Like, that's not their only function. Like, they don't understand the overtone series. They don't understand, any of, well, one, we don't study to show ourselves approved. That's just plain and simple. We don't want to study. We don't want to make people study, and we throw that whack ass excuse that we Black, like we didn't invent this shit. Like, that's so offensive to me. Be like, well, that's white people. I was like, you just threw all of our culture out. Like, Duke Ellington didn't exist. Like, they didn't create this flat 5.
He created the harmonic language that we use in American music. Louis Armstrong created.
Absolutely.
Like you said, Chris, we have forgotten our history. We're so interested in, and that's partially because of social media, right? We're so used to that instant gratification. It feels good when you log onto your videos and you see underneath, man, they blowing. Man, that's the best band in the land. That feels good to you as a director. Because, Chris, you hit it on the head. It ain't these kids. These kids don't bring you your arrangement. Hey, Mr. Brown, why you ain't use the 9 in this chord right here? Why is this just a major triad right here? Why you ain't use rootless voicing? Why you ain't, drop 2? Like, all these things that you could be doing to make your arrangement more exciting. Why aren't you doing it? Students ain't saying that. They're like, he handed us the music. We're going to play what he told us. But that goes back, Krystal, to what I was saying. There is a lot of I'm not going to say underqualified people.
Maya, you did that's wrong, by the way. Yeah, having a whole layout.
Tearing it up. And that's what I was laughing.
With her dance.
I was like, oh shit, I forgot.
Camera all on. We looking at all your meal.
Is that a peanut butter and jelly?
Why women dance when they eat it? My bad, y'all. I was saying that. Listen.
Is that a peanut butter jelly?
Y'all know. I don't care.
But we
Is
hungry.
is it peanut butter jelly?
Hey,
It look like it got some
Am
jelly
I a
to it.
heathen? No.
Whoa! I just had some peanut butter and jelly yesterday. We're not gonna talk bad about a peanut butter and jelly.
Now let me tell you something. So I ain't never. So
Well, you eating
I
jail
ain't never
food.
messed with peanut
You
butter.
never
Hey.
eating jail food. You
I
got
don't
back
think-
oodle noodles today?
No, tight. You ever had
No,
a
it's
peanut?
Whataburger.
Oh, Whataburger. You ever had a peanut? Is that that honey barbecue daddy?
No, so I had 2 meals because I was hungry, right?
Yeah. Hungry.
So I got the chicken strip daddy. Now I got
Chicken
that patty
strips.
daddy.
Okay. But yeah,
Chicken strips.
I had that. You ain't never had a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
I don't
Hell
do
yeah.
peanut butter to begin with.
Thank you, Quan. Thank you.
Tripping. You ain't.
I had a jelly sandwich, but I ain't never
we
had no
came up
peanut butter
on-
and jelly sandwich. I don't like
We
peanut butter.
came up on commodity peanut butter with the oil in the middle.
Yes, sir.
That you have to mix.
You gotta
with the spoon.
stir it in to make sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
boy,
yes, sir.
tripping.
Trap
Hey,
set
nah,
Yeah,
player.
you came up on that. Y'all grown.
Trap set player.
Yeah,
This
now-
is
now we-
eating
Black
baby
Shadow,
food.
baby. Black Shadow.
Hey,
Watch
let me say this.
Watch
let
this
me-
watch this trap set. I'm gonna disappear. Hold on.
I'm good on that crunchy.
All you see is teeth back there. Hey, let me say this before I go. I know Rick, you have your recital tomorrow, but do y'all mind? I'll pay for them.
Boy, you got the dial up. What you say?
Arranging. Man, don't do me no. No, I said, would y'all mind giving me lessons on arranging for real?
No,
Y'all
we
heard
told
Yeah,
you.
you know I got you.
Y'all heard?
Bro, we told you we got you. We just be busy, dog. We told you to say me and Rick said the
I'm
same
sorry.
thing.
I thought I scared you off. I think he was like, man, I ain't messing with her no more. She tore my shit up.
Hell no. I end up getting busy myself. But like that is something that honestly I've always wanted to work. I've done simple arrangement, but it's like I'm just my birthday next week. So it's like I just decided, bro, I can't stop growing. And like I need to push myself. So definitely.
I'm gonna tell you how my band director told me, especially now, like we've been talking about, all this information at fingertips. I've been teaching my whole entire orchestration. I have a composition class. I literally teach this all day now. Half the stuff I'm using is from YouTube. Where you used to pay for $200 worth of books. I mean, people got like whole chapters on like how to arrange and how to layer voices and all the things that used to take you years of reading a book. You can now watch about 4 or 5 videos and have a good idea of where you want to go. And you're gonna have to find your own voice anyway. So eventually, once you get beyond the basics, then you start to find combinations that work for you. Like I told my students, you learn the rules to break them. So I mean, you guidance is fine, but eventually, all that information you can really just find. You don't really need us in this.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start writing more and I'm gonna start sending it to y'all. But I love y'all much. I'm about to that's the dishes. I'm about to go and get ready for tomorrow. Y'all have a blessed night.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
He getting off.
I got an AP.
That
Yeah.
dial-up finna kick in, so you gotta go and
Exactly.
get out before.
You're breaking
Nah,
yeah, y'all have a good
I'm
night. Y'all have a good night.
I'm already on Wi-Fi. Don't do me.
Hey, it's still breaking
All
up.
Good
right,
luck
bro.
tomorrow, Rick. Good luck
Thanks,
tomorrow,
bro.
Rick. No problem.
Yeah, for real. Good luck.
Fella.
And kudos to you, because I don't want to be in school like that no more.
I'm tired of it myself. So
Girl, I was side-eyeing my dog. She was over there looking at me from afar, so I had to look at her back while she trying to get up, like she gonna run up and do something.
She want a piece of
Probably
that
because you have food. Yeah.
She was just
Shankirian analysis is a graduate school thing. If y'all were learning Shankirian analysis in undergraduate, I need to know what school you went to, bro. That is absolutely like something you start, or maybe he has his master's. I don't want to assume.
We don't know who Trap Set Player is, but he comes in here religiously, man. Shout out to Trap Set Player, man.
For real.
Because he stays in here, man, keeping us.
reveal yourself.
keeping us laughing in the comments. You gonna have to cam up one of these days, bro. But shout out to you, dog.
Yeah, that's Shankarian, and I have a whole thought about that because Shanker himself was a vehement racist. So
I mean, most of them were.
True.
You know,
True.
so.
I just want to say that I think Krystal is Rick's spirit lady. That's why I moved them right there on top of each other, because I think that and you know, and it's funny because me and Rick can talk all day too, but I've never
People
seen
treat
Rick have a
people like me and
conversation
Rick like we like raisins and potato salad, though. That's
Right.
people like. I understand. Like they really do treat us like we don't know what it's like to be black. Like
Right.
we just live in some world that's not for the culture or not a part of the culture. Like we just we just know a lot.
and are not afraid to be knowledgeable. And also
Unapologetic.
right, exactly. Yeah. Like I'm sorry, Chris, I know you probably feel the same way because I know you do some other podcasts and shows and stuff too. Maya can tell you this. From the first day that I got to PV, oh Lord, he didn't got rid of Maya.
He was like, boop.
Right. But like from the first day I got to PV, my whole thing was I want to help my students be able to compete at any level. Forget show style, forget core style. I want my students to be great teachers and great musicians. And that is from preparation. That's from a lot of hard work studying and putting the time in to be better at your craft, not just focus specifically on one thing. So, you know, it's like I told you, I appreciate it. So,
I just don't. My family from Southeast. I'm from Southeast DC, and I gotta say it the way that somebody from Southeast DC can say it. I'm from Southeast DC. But my mom played Phil Collins and anything else that came on the radio while we cleaned it up on Saturday. Like she didn't discriminate from any of it. And I feel like if somebody from Southeast DC can like appreciate any and everything, and we don't know where our students gonna go. Yeah. Like we don't know where they're gonna go in their life. So how limiting and how disrespectful is it to say this is what you should be because this is how I am? Like I don't tell my students what school to go to. I don't tell them what they should study. If they're gonna study music, I try to guide them for whatever it is they're gonna do. If you want to do jazz, all right, go to Berkeley. If you want to do this, go here. If you don't want to do marching band, but you want to be in a good symphonic band, go here. Like my students literally went everywhere this year. Bucknell, Hampton, Morgan. Like they just got a percussions at Jackson State. Like, and I know some people like, well, you know, but you're from Morgan. And I encourage them to go there because it's a good school.
Yeah.
Not because of band. Because at the end of the day, I don't want you mad at me because you spend all this money and didn't get what you needed out of school. And I didn't try to prepare you for everything. So I just think, you know, as Black people, we need to stop limiting ourselves in what it is that we want programs to be and do. Like someone said to me, it was like, I didn't know Morgan had a concert band like that. I was like, oh yeah, we know how to play.
I'm about to say it's a large concert band too, right? Like
it's a large concert band.
Yeah.
But you know, historically, this area is like affluent Black. It's, you know, Prince George's County is the biggest Black and wealthiest Black county in the United States.
Right.
It just kind of makes sense that you're not going to get kids outside marching for 6 hours a day. It's just not happening. But you will.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to kind of step away and give y'all time to go ahead and, you know, collaborate. That's why.
Man, you stepped away so Maya could finish that burger, and it looked kind of good, but I ain't want no piece. I'm good. But
I think that thing gone. Look at that. She
Andy is.
She deboed that burger. What burger?
My burger.
Krystal,
tearing it up. It was tearing the thing up.
Krystal, I'm gonna be honest with you. And this is coming from the heart. You know, for a long time, especially now, in the past couple of years. I've been actually going towards my other thing that I like to do, that I really have a lot of interest in, and really what I wanted to start doing before I even did music was voice acting. You're gonna have to teach me how to hit that cue. I don't know how to do that the way that y'all hit them cues and the Merlin way that y'all say it. I'm trying to do it. I can't do it yet.
Why? Let me help you. I am not from Baltimore. The two blue, all that ooh, that's Baltimore. That's Baltimore. I've been here for 20 years, so it's just now just some stuff sticks. But
right.
People from PG talk like people from the South, because most of them really just migrants from like the Carolinas or Virginia. Like we have more of a Southern
PG County folk that we went to school with kind of talk like they was from Baltimore.
No, all the PG County we went to
I didn't say all of them. I said some of them. Some of them do
talk like they from PG.
They talk like they from DC because you can't tell nobody from Prince George County because they look. So when we was in school, Krystal, the DC people used to always fight the New York people.
True.
So they
that's real.
They be straight Oxon Hill.
Nobody want no Dallas.
Hey, don't do me like that. That's where I'm from. Don't do me like that. I'm just telling
you, like we got people I'm from DC, young. You went to Oxon Hill.
I'm from DC, young.
Yeah, I'm from DC, Joe. But you went to Oxon Hill.
What's up, young?
Don't nobody want no accent.
Don't nobody want no trash Dallas accent. I'm sorry.
What is a Dallas accent? Do I have a Dallas accent?
You don't, but you don't.
Also... Thank you. So what is a Dallas accent?
It's phony. I tell you that. Dallas people talk like they from St. Louis.
I'm from Dallas.
I know, but you don't. You don't talk like that.
Because people from Dallas don't talk like that.
You just said Dallas like a Dallas person. I'm from Dallas. That's what you said.
Nah, if you think I sound like somebody from
Baltimore, here Dallas, exactly. Devin got it right. Here from Dallas is her.
No, it's here.
Thank you, but you don't talk like you from Dallas.
You went to Townview. You went to the best high school in the country.
I was who I was before I went to Townview.
The Dallas people, every time I hear them say here, I always hear her. Like that's how they talk. Trash. I don't want no parts of that. I'm from Houston. I will talk like I'm from Houston.
And no, actually, your manager said something in the chat and nobody bothered to bring it up. Y'all always want to talk about wigs and hats. Now I got now. Everybody ain't nobody said now.
Look, I couldn't.
When you're doing the right thing, we don't. It doesn't draw attention to us.
We trying to put me in formation. Now wait a minute.
Hey, it looks good. It looks beautiful, boo boo.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It looks great. So there's no reason for us to say nothing. Great job. You're doing what you're supposed to do.
Not what I'm supposed to do.
I like a black woman that looks like a black woman.
Well, thank you, sister girl. I appreciate you. If ain't nobody got my back, I know you do, sister girl.
There you go. See, look at all that love. That love there. All three of y'all LSs.
Right.
You, Rick, and
hey, sister girl.
You're my nerves, man. For real.
Iron Earn. Ain't nobody called no Iron, no Earn.
Yes, in Dallas. Dallas people.
No, Baltimore people. You gotta look up this TikTok. Aaron, and it was like Aaron, and it all.
No, I'm looking at Trap Set Play.
But my thing is like hilarious Omar. It's like that dude can do everybody's accent. Like, what up, Joe? Like, what you stupid?
Like, so funny. Like, I could do a good impersonation of Baltimore.
You straight dumb.
You're pretty close to it already. That's why I'm trying to get that two, and that I can't say it blue. I can't do it. I be too country on it. Blue. I can't do it. See,
you working too hard.
I am, but I don't know how to do it the right way. I don't know if it's a tongue inflection or something. It's a raised tongue, a lower tongue. See, I feel like I'm talking about.
No, it's me that don't use your tongue. Like they don't enunciate anything. That's pretty much it.
I gotta figure this.
But it's funny though, because like up here, they think I'm the most country person that ever exist. Like,
but you are pretty country.
You are.
You are Portsmouth country.
But Baltimoreans think that people from PG are country. and we're like 45 minutes away.
Y'all, I'm not that country now. Come on.
You are Portsmouth country, bro.
Come on.
Maya, am I that country for real, Maya?
Yes.
For the first month that I met you, I didn't know what the hell you were saying. I was just like,
That's because I was dripping that. That's why I was dripping that Portsmouth water on you. That's why.
Bruh, exactly.
Hydration.
Bruh, I've known you for 19 years, dog. You are country, dog.
Not country, dog.
You sound like
you are
all of
Portsmouth.
my kinfolk. You sound like
From
all
home?
my kinfolk.
I'm from Portsmouth, so
Yeah, so
everybody from Snow Hill. Everybody from Snow Hill. Mm-hmm.
Hey, hello, what do you say?
boy said that water.
That water.
The water.
dropping that straight hydration on you. This
Hydration.
Water's a late Minnetonka.
Hydration.
Not Tonka.
Straight Minnetonka.
But yeah, man, this has been a great after party. I would tell you this though, I got to get up in the morning.
Yeah, y'all tripping. I got my recital. Hey, y'all.
Recital. Krystal, it's 12 o'clock there. You know what I'm saying? And she got to hit that work daddy in the morning. And Maya can sleep in because she ain't going to do no work until later.
I'm actually off tomorrow because I'm hitting the plane tomorrow. Plane daddy tomorrow.
Where you going tomorrow?
I'm jet setting tomorrow.
Where you going?
To the north.
You coming up here?
So I got a question before I leave.
I'm going to Denver.
Is daddy a noun, an adjective, an adverb?
All three of them.
Noun?
All three of them. It's all of them.
It is the way we use
I got it.
We use it as it's like it's like a noun. Yeah. So it's used in noun form. So you give the noun first and then put that on it to be like reinforce the noun.
There you go.
Zach, I ain't seen you in like 27 years.
Talk, you know Zach.
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, I know Zach.
Okay. I mean, you yelling at me. I ain't saying not. Just ask a question. Good boy.
You know, I don't live under a
Ashley,
rock.
we awake because we do this every week. Ashley, we up here talking this trash and trying to make our culture better.
Man, shout out to Ashley, man.
Shout out to Ashley.
She out in LA living her best life.
I was not dancing like Bethune-Cookman. Now
Living
that's
her best
just
life.
taking a little bit too far.
Who was dancing like Bethune-Cookman?
Trap player said I was dancing like Bethune-Cookman when I was eating that burger.
You were. You was out there.
You did have a good shoulder going on.
Thank you. See? I can appreciate
that. No one told me gushing starts in your shoulder.
I was just
hey, I learned how to gush. I learned how to gush from the shoulder. So hey, I started gushing in high school. So I don't even think gushing is a thing anymore. So
I was gonna ask, what is that?
That's what
gushing. Instead, I think y'all call it bucking. Instead of humping, Dr. Sanford said you gotta use your shoulder.
I know. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because the thing was, I didn't say you couldn't know Krystal, man. Anyway, the thing was that it creates a bigger effect in the uniform when you're trying to get a whole bunch of people to do the same thing at the same time. If you just shaking your cheeks, ain't nobody gonna see that under a uniform. So you hit the gush daddy with the shoulders and everything moves. Especially if you got your cape on, then it actually adds a little bit more oomph to the gush. So that's what the gush daddy is.
I used to get in trouble because I used to try to shake out my uniform. I didn't feel like I had been effective on the field if I didn't lose a part.
I mean, I think that was a rite of passage. Unfortunately at Norfolk,
to fall off.
Yeah, at Norfolk, unfortunately, because we had them helmet daddies, you either had a plume, so the plume couldn't fall off. When I was in high school, if you ain't lead a plume on the field at least one time, you wasn't going hard enough. But I think when we got to Norfolk, because we had them helmet daddies, people start wearing the strap halfway on. So that way, when they went hard on the dance routine, the helmet will fall off. That's fun.
I got to be honest with you, Krystal, Julian, Maya. I got to be honest with y'all. I always thought dance routines were stupid. I never went hard on the dance routine.
You still think they are? So
I cannot stand dance routines.
Stupid. Well, I will say this. Let me go ahead and say this. In my in my high school time, I loved dance routines because they were mad fun. When I got to Norfolk, them joints was corny. There was not one dance routine. Well, my first dance routine was fun. After that, every single one of them was corny. Man,
And look, Doc would get on the field, Krystal, with that. Look, gang, we're not going to be a middle of the road band. We are not going to be a middle of the road band. I need everybody out here to go on the dance routine.
no, he would say that. He would definitely say that.
Reese, take it from the top.
He would definitely say that all the time. But he always, you got to sell the show. You got to sell the show. If you're not selling the show, then you can go home. We don't want you out there.
We're not going to
be a dance culture. So we like to dance, period. It's a dance culture up here. So it just kind of,
because I remember every time we would go to DC or Maryland, we will always hit the go-go dance.
Yeah. Every dance routine.
And we out there trying to act like we beating our feet. I'm like, we look ridiculous.
Oh, y'all trying to beat your feet.
We was like, I guarantee you, we hit in 01. We hit
every time we hit the beat our feet, like we were just crushing hands.
We did thug patching, and then we got to the dance routine, and the whole band, oh, we out there trying to act like we beating our feet. I'm like,
and then every time we hit the turnaround with the butt out. Wow!
Whoa! We would just look. It was always like cultural appropriation. I know we black, but we don't know nothing about beating no feet.
Listen,
and no EU or no junkyard. And
our dance routines were corny. Period.
Dance routines in general.
No. Because like I said, when I was in high school, it was different. When I was in high school, we were dancing the mystical. Let me hit it. We was come and ride the train. We was hitting all them joints. When I got to Norfolk, if it wasn't something that was straight from Virginia, the DMV area, we really wasn't hitting it for real. You know what I'm saying? And then we would always put all of these daggone audibles in there that was synonymous to Norfolk State Band and nobody else. That was lame. I'm sorry. It was lame.
Hey, Krystal, Maya, you know how I know I'm right on this? The day I realized that my opinion on dance routines was correct was standing beside Julia and Luke on the track of Royal High School, and both of us being in complete astonishment because we watched a high school play pony and proceeded to watch a young man jump on the back of another man who was down on all fours and ride him across the field while the band played pony.
Wait a minute.
But I don't think that had anything to do with the fact
that was their dance routine. No, and at that moment, I was like, "This is me."
I agree. Dance routines are trash. But what I'm saying is that within itself had nothing to do with dance routines. That was just a degrading moment from a band director who made that decision.
And that was not Royal. So all you Houston people, don't be cussing me. It was not Royal. It was a band that was there for that high school band competition. And just to let you know, that band actually won the show. So how can you justify saying this is dumb and we shouldn't take advantage of our kids? And the band that won had a student ride another student.
I mean, gimmicks work. As Howard lived a long HBCU life as a band off of midgets and big girls and all kinds of gimmicks.
Exploitation, because Southern hit them fat dudes out there for, I think it was,
they definitely did
for the boombox. I think it was 7 of them, 7 fat dudes.
Oh, that ain't the worst one. Now PV got they version of the honeybees. I think they call them the Pantherettes.
Pantherettes, the big meat with the
them white daddies on.
With the majorette
looking full as hell. They just look like they full. I'm like, they got their own version. The big meat out there with them white daddies on hitting it. I'm like, oh, y'all got it.
Had the chicken box before they went right out there.
Nothing surprised. Not the chicken box. No.
And I guarantee you
up here talking about a chicken box. I'm surprised you ain't say some mumbo sauce.
Hey man, you know I lived in Virginia.
They sell mumbo sauce at the grocery store now.
Right, but I don't want that mess. I want the authentic joint. You know how many times I've been to DC and never had it?
How you make it out of DC without?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I was either always at Morgan or always at Howard with the bros and never had mumbo sauce. Never.
Well, Krystal, I'm gonna tell you, I'm actually from Virginia, and I'm a tourist because every time I go to DC, first place I hit is Ben Chili Bowl, and Ben's Chili Bowl is not even good. It's just a hot dog and whatever you want.
That's how I feel about the Waffle House. Like people was like, man, you gotta go to the Waffle House. And I went to a Waffle House. I was like,
Me.
it's pretty mediocre. It's pretty mediocre.
Ruben Lambertus. Me.
But
I like
you went to Waffle House in Atlanta?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah. I mean,
well, actually, no, you're now tripping because Waffle House.
The Waffle House in Atlanta hit
is a scud.
It's different than all the other Waffle Houses. I will say that. But yes, I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? If somebody has hyped up Waffle House and you are expecting to get this gourmet cuisine and you walk in there.
I don't want to say even gourmet. Like it's not even like great like griddle food. Right. You know what I mean? Like great griddle
Devin,
food is like they don't really clean the griddle because it's like
exactly
1,000 slaves.
He just said it. The dirtier the Waffle House, the better the food. Look at that.
Let me ask y'all this. Well, let me ask you this. A Southern staple that when people have it, they love it. Let me ask you how you feel about this. Bojangles.
Bojangles hit.
But I never had it.
And I'm not even really just talking about
it. We gave it to y'all in Atlanta.
No, they didn't.
She wasn't in the band.
We
got Bojangles hit, but I'm not even talking about the chicken. I'm talking about them brisket good daddy.
Yeah, them brisket daddies. Yeah, that breakfast daddy hit.
Nah, here everything is about Popeyes. If they like Bojangles came up and Bojangles didn't really pick out Popeyes. I'm not saying that I like Popeyes. I don't eat none of that, die before you 50 food. I don't eat die before you 50 food. That's not where I'm trying to be. I'm not trying to eat the die before you 50.
They said, what Maya doing? She over there caking, y'all. You already know. It's 12 o'clock midnight. Who texts at 12? I'll wait.
It's 11:20, and I'm on Instagram. Thank you. She's on Instagram.
She got two phones, y'all.
Somebody said,
next question. Yes, I should have some. You know what?
What's that? Zaxby's? I had some of that. That was all right.
Zaxby's like this man.
This
yeah. I feel like that and Bojangles.
I'm about to have Texas people mad at me. Raising Cane's, other than that, Bob,
nasty.
Completely average.
Other than what?
Other than that butter on both sides.
The bombs over Baghdad.
That unseasoned trick chicken, I'm good.
So
chicken?
Let me.
Oh yeah.
Let me go ahead and clarify this. Fresh Cane's, like fresh out the grease, hot is you can barely touch it with your tongue. Hot is okay. Okay. Now, I will continue to say this. The genius was not in the chicken. The genius was in the sauce because all the seasoning is in the sauce. So if you dip in the sauce, the Cane's becomes amazing. You eat the chicken by itself. Yeah. So
you ever had Cane's, Krystal?
Nah.
You ain't missing nothing.
No.
Yeah.
But see, here we got good food, but we have a lot of diversity of good food. We have a lot of Caribbean.
Yeah, because I got the mom and pop daddies.
Yeah, we got like really good, like you could just go to a corner somewhere and get like chicken that's good. You can go to a corner somewhere and get like some authentic like island food and it's good. You can go to down the street and get like seafood from anywhere. You can get a crab cake from almost anywhere in Maryland and it's going to be 100 times better than any crab cake you would get somewhere else.
I got to give you some props real quick. And Julian, I can't believe we ain't said this yet. Krystal, I 100% agree with you. Because Morgan State University has the best cafeteria.
Best caf ever.
In the history of
best caf. I done been to a lot of schools. I done ate at a lot of calves. But
I remember when y'all came up. I remember when y'all came up and ate in our calf.
That's y'all calf. Y'all calf.
And we avoided our calf. Because Maryland is a bougie state. That's one. We were y'all like, where they at? They still in the calf. They're not gonna be able to march good if they stay in there. Y'all were in there smashing our calf.
Smack,
Bruh.
y'all calf is Maya. They got gourmet calf.
Okay, so I've had Hamptons. Does it compare to Hamptons?
Hampton is the worst.
Hampton's calf is not good.
in the history
It's
of
not.
It's
food.
not
No.
good to us.
Hampton's calf is not good.
Morgan
So
State has the best cafeteria.
PV's calf. PV's calf is better than Hampton's calf.
Absolutely.
And PV's calf, when y'all had it, was trash. Now we want to go back a couple years. Now that whole back a couple of years. Now that whole used to hit.
No, that's that, Maya. I'm sorry, Maya. I love
it there like it was good.
That Morgan calf was hitting, Chris. Oh, man, look, I hope it's some other Morgan people in here. Hampton is not good. Morgan State is gourmet. Morgan State tastes better than Waffle House, all that.
But two stereotypes. When people say Baltimore, they think like Morgan is like, that's why people like, why would you go to Morgan? It's like Morgan has it's like a nice area in Baltimore. It's not in like the hood of Baltimore. It's not at all.
Hey, y'all got some grandmas cooking. I'm telling you, that food, man, we was, Krystal, when I tell you, when we came to Morgan, we couldn't believe it. I think I might have got 4 plates. I ain't gonna lie to you.
We ate good that day.
Yes, sir.
We ate good that day.
My husband LB's, they was all like, they still in the calf. We was like, why? We gonna order. What I didn't know is that other HBCUs, you can't just go back and get more.
Right.
Like I didn't know that because again, I'm a first generation college student. I didn't know that was a thing. Man, we go in there with Ziploc bags and we, stock up. But
I'm gonna tell you how bad it was.
You don't have to because you can go back and forth in the calf all day long. That's how people
I'm gonna need that when I get home later. I'm gonna need that when I get home later. So I'm we used to take Tupperware, bags, all types of stuff.
They give you these little small teeny portions. There you go.
You can go to the salad bar, get whatever you want. You go to the grill line, get French fries, burgers. They making them now. They have a secondary calf. If you think that's gourmet, they have Greek rice bowls. I went and got me a Greek rice bowl like a couple of weeks ago before Morgan Homecoming. I was like, damn, this is like gentrification food.
Man, Morgan is the calf goat. Morgan is the calf goat.
I'm telling you, now I was like, okay, they have like brick oven pizza. They'll make you a brick oven pizza. You just walk in there with your little bear card, get a brick oven pizza, put whatever you want on it, come out with your own little personal pizza. That's why there's no fast food around Morgan. Like if you drive around that area, nobody's going to like McDonald's. But see, we just didn't know that like going to, I found out going to another group's calf. I think I've been to Norfolk's calf when I was in grad school. I was like, ooh.
Garbage.
I think I got to the door and made a full count turn to the right. I was like, ooh.
You smelled that old dish rag that they used to wipe them tables down, didn't you? Yeah, we smelled it too, but we ain't had no choice.
And the only thing we used to hit was because the band, we could only go to the small calf because big calf was too far away. So the only thing you go in there, you hit that burger or that hot dog. That's the only option you had. Because all that Monday surprise or whatever that mess they made, no sir.
That
Monday surprise.
Anyway, man, we got to get on out of here, man. It's getting late, and we all got jobs except for Maya. She got to go catch a plane.
You're right. I don't have a job. I have several. Thanks so much.
You see how I cleaned it up for you? I just said you got to go catch a plane. See, you was ready to be rude and stuff.
Oh, I was gonna say I have several jobs.
I'm about to go get these good wings that I got from a local spot.
There you go.
We got
man, I appreciate everybody hanging out with us, man. This was a fun after party, man. I swear I look forward to hanging out with you guys every Wednesday. Once again, happy Founders Day to Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, my big brother, man. Most love and shout out to him. Everybody else, man, I appreciate you guys joining us. Go get some sleep, man. Go to work tomorrow. Don't be sitting up there dragging saying this talk fault. It ain't our fault.
It's Friday Eve. Let them people be great.
Hey, man, we about to go on Thanksgiving break, so it is what it is.
Hey, bro.
Hey, bro.
They about to watch that tomorrow.
All right, y'all, man. It's been real. I'll see you guys next week.
Hey,
got that real hair daddy looking sweet.
Thank you.